Switch lanes, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know if you can hear me. We appreciate you tuning in early. Here as we get you started, the Colonial Lanes Classic. As the Vanderbilt women's bowling team, the number 3 ranked team in the nation. We'll talk more about rankings and power index numbers as the day goes along. But they will get set to take on Sam Houston State, the 8th ranked team in the country, as we about 3 minutes away from the first official ball of competition here on this wonderful Friday. My name is Emil Williams Jr. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I would greatly appreciate just to let me know if you can hear me. We've tried a lot of various audio options, and so of course we don't really know if it works until it really works. What's her name? Please share this broadcast, of course, across your social media channels. On the Vanderbilt YouTube channel, Vanderbilt Athletics specifically. We'll have starting lineups here in a moment for both teams. You anticipate to see a few players certainly who have been statistically very good for the first few tournaments so far for Vanderbilt. Players like a Caitlin Abaganya, for example, one of the top players, period, and certainly one of the top freshmen. She, along with Gianna Brandolino, would probably be the two statistically highest rated freshmen to start in the country. Of course, Brandolino from Jacksonville State. Caitlin currently third in the Player Composite Performance Index, and that's a very good kind of ranking system. It puts together a lot of different stats, including overall average, traditional average, Baker average, spare percentage, single pin spare percentage, all of the things that we all think about that certainly makes individual bowlers very good. That voice you heard is our head official this week, Rick Barbera, with Mike Krauser, our scorekeeper. Rick has been officiating NCAA bowling for, I think, well over 20 years now. He's also the head official at the NCAA championships, also handles multiple tournaments throughout the year, as well as an NCAA regional. Lineup will be this. Victoria Verano will get things started for the Doors, followed by, talk about freshman, Avery Dumigan. Sapphire Nofuente will get the start. She will bowl and handle frames numbers 3 and 8. And the dynamic duo of Caitlin Abaganya and Danielle Henderson. All right, again, line up one more time for Coach John Williamson's squad. Associate head coach Josie Barnes. Again, Victoria Verano, Avery Dumigan, Sapphire Nofuente, Caitlin Abaganya, and Danielle Henderson, the transfer from Jacksonville State. And as you can hear, if you're familiar with NCAA bowling, or if you're not, the cheers, the team cheer is really the kickoff, which really lets you know it is actually time to bowl. And the team cheers starting to have worked their way. They permeated throughout the building here at Colonial Bowling Center. This is the host tournament for the Tulane Green Wave. Sam Houston State again the opponent, led by head coach Brad Hagan. Coach Brad with more than 500 wins himself. Been at the helm for a minute. He's got a national championship to his credit. Actually advanced to an NCAA regional last year. An opportunity actually advancing to the Final Four. Bree Chewins has had a fantastic season so far for Sam Houston State. But it's going to be Emily Hart that's going to lead things off for the Bearcats of Sam Houston State. I'm here with you throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the weekend. And an opening 10-pin for Emily Hart, the freshman from Australia. In fact, Salisbury Heights, South Australia. And there's Verano. This is the Baker format. Baker format, for those who are unfamiliar, 5 players, specifically each with 2 frames apiece. They are responsible for 2 frames. So Victoria, as she led off, she will bowl frames 1 and 6. Avery Dumigan will bowl frames 2 and 7. Actually, I see a little bit of a change already in this lineup, because that does not look like Avery. That is Sapphire who's going to bowl second. Oh, wow. And Saf sending pins already. I'm not sure how that did not connect. So it's Victoria, Sapphire. I'm going to assume Avery and then Caitlin, followed by Danielle Henderson. I will be checking the our live stream, of course, throughout the day, just to make sure, as we mentioned, things work properly. I see we've got some alum parents and some alum athletes already checking things out from the Vandy YouTube channel. Nice opening situation here for Vanderbilt. Really all you can ask for, too. You just want good shots out the gate. You've had the warm-up time, and you come over to the starting pair and get that extra 10 minutes, of course, to really settle in on what you want to do game plan-wise. That is Avery Dumigan. Mentioned the amount of freshmen right now in the lineup. 2 freshmen in Abagania and Dumigan. 1 junior at the moment in Danielle Henderson. A sophomore. And Sapphire No Fuente. And a senior leading things off in the form of Victoria Verano. First open for the team. That wasn't the easiest split to convert, the 3-9-10. Meanwhile, Sam Houston State with a split of their own. Sam Houston's lineup is Emily Hart, Abigail Burke. That was Bree Chewins, a senior from Wichita Falls, Texas. Maya Green and Noe Sarntong will be the 4-5-9-10 duo for Sam Houston State. Quality shot off the right hand of Caitlin Abagania. We've got 5 Baker matches today, folks, so this should end at about 4 p.m.-ish Central Time. So if you've got things to do, you got kids to drop off, you got work to complete, whether you're at your desk at the house, even if you work from home, you'll have plenty of opportunity to check in on the Commodores today. Single pin percentage, very important certainly in college bowling and within the Baker format. Vanderbilt 90% as a team within the single pin perspective. Tough frame early here for Sam Houston State. Every match counts for a win or a loss, so everything is very important at all times. Just a single pin there for Danielle Henderson. Again, the transfer from Jacksonville State. She has settled in nicely for the Commodores. Watching this group interact with one another is pretty funny. But you would anticipate that from 18 to 22-year-olds. It's fun being around collegiate athletes, again, especially myself as a former collegiate bowler. A lot of memories brought back in the first day and a half being with the team. Early open for Danielle. All right, so both teams now turning over the lineup for the back half of the respective game one. Big matchup, number 3 versus number 8 out the gates, and it's going to be a tough schedule for Vanderbilt today. They also face Nebraska. They've got the defending national champions, Youngstown State, all on the schedule. Good morning to those watching. Again, Ramon, Shout out to Alyssa, who also not only did she give a verbal or a written response to if the audio was good, she gave the text to Mom, who was watching in the bleachers. Shout out to the Lindley family that we are all good. That's two good quality shots from Sapphire. Yet one of the best names in all of bowling, that's for sure. And I'm sure the Nofuente family, it's up on the West Coast, or it's early, I should say, and I'm sure they're probably up already watching. Well, Sam Houston State's tough start here, playing into the hands of Vanderbilt. Joined us late. This is game one of match number one. So again, 5 games make up a match. We've got 5 matches. Abigail Burke, a freshman, getting some time for Sam Houston State from Pinellas Park, Florida. We got the San Diego connection. Jumigan and Abagania, 3 and 4 in your lineup. Good shot from Avery Dumigan. From my vantage point, I can't get a look at the equipment being used, but that looked like an Ion Pro solid. Max score right now for Vandy, 204. And unfortunately, the struggles continue early here for Coach Hagan's squad, but it's early. That's game one. In a Baker situation, everything can kind of go back and forth, right? One team can start out struggling, the other team can start out hot. And then, as the lanes begin to transition, the team that began in a struggling scenario may then find themselves as the favorite, if you will. Nice moment early here for Vanderbilt, working on a double. And now Danielle Henderson. Great shot. High flush for Henderson. That's a 3-bagger for Vanderbilt. One more strike, they will be in the 2-0s. Again, their max is 204. Sam Houston trying to save a game in the 160s, and now more trouble. This pattern is 43 feet in length, and I think it was 30 mils. From watching the practice session, and again, practice session, you can only take away so much. But it did seem like if the field as a whole tried to play the lanes a little closer to the gutter, a little further right, not near the gutter. I don't think it was completely in play. Although talking to some coaches, it did seem like in the past the gutter does tend to be in play here at this tournament. But if everyone plays to the right for a good majority, the lanes should open up nicely. Once we get into about matches 3 and 4, and maybe even at the end of match 2. Henderson sending pins. Well, if you're Vanderbilt, this is exactly what you would have liked, right? A couple of opens. You're not thrilled about those, obviously, but you're going to be in the 2-0s. And it's very possible you'll have about possibly a 60-70 pin advantage after one. Let's get this view count up on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. Good morning to Jessica Ernest. She might be watching from her desk at Vanderbilt. Turn the speakers up in the athletic department. We're live and in business here in New Orleans. All right, 2-4-8 on the fill, so 2:01. And I'm just looking at some scores to my right. We've got North Carolina A&T and Prairie View A&M. I'm seeing Nebraska and Wichita State. That's a very good early matchup as well. Two top-ranked teams. Vandy's 2:01, in fact, is what looks to be the highest score of our 6 lanes in this particular group. It feels like when I watch NCAA bowling, the fresh is always difficult. And I think, a lot of, to me, when you get a chance to practice on it, as Sam Houston State closes out game number 1, 3 in a row. And their talented junior Noe Sarntong from Thailand. You get the 12 minutes of warm-up, and then you come back to your pair of lanes that you're going to start on. Or during that 12 minutes, obviously, you have some other teams on your starting pair. So, as long as those teams don't get too crazy with the strategy early on, you would hope that you would have, or at least be able to set up a pair of lanes in the way that you would like. So the teams switch lanes after every game. And we are now into game 2. .134 out the gates for Sam Houston State. 2:01 for Vanderbilt, if you're scoring at home. Sam Houston mentioned Brad Hagan, but one of his assistants, or his assistant this year, is Denise Blankensee, who was an All-American for Sam Houston State. Speaking of All-Americans in graduate assistant roles, Isabel Allen, also in that assistant coach role as well. Rana with a single pin. She will look to handle that. The warm-up pair is now in use here, down on 1 and 2. So see some bowling balls going down the lane to your left. That is the warm-up pair, and that is reserved for players who are not in the lineup. They can go down and get a couple of shots to kind of warm up, try to stay loose, especially if they're going to go into the lineup. Today's game is, or today I should say in general, as the entire weekend is about the team, but the Baker format kind of removes the emphasis on what the individual game brings, right? Because everyone is not responsible for 10 frames. But in this case, the 5 players, each with 2 frames each. Tomorrow is when you get into the traditional play where all 5 players will bowl a full game of competition. I started to see a lot of the improvement from Sapphire, and I was seeing it happen towards the end of last season. I think she's throwing it a little faster, and I'm sure, especially with Coach Josie, the gym sessions that Vanderbilt goes through, the workout sessions, play a big part, certainly making these athletes stronger in Sapphire's case. As she's throwing it probably the fastest that I have personally seen her, and that's for the better. I'll throw it out there now because obviously we're here all day, but for those who enjoy bowling, but certainly for those who are trying to understand the game, If you have a question throughout the day, please drop it into the chat. I'll do my best to answer it. All right, good spare shooting. Avery's going high a couple times. That time just leaving the 3-pin, and so that's probably a subtle move. Boy, California has got spots 2, 3, and 4 right now locked down for Vanderbilt. Sapphire from Northern California, then the SoCal counterparts all 10 down for Abagana. Folks, I don't think this is too early to say, but I've known this about Kaylin Abagana for a long time. But her resume spoke for itself. But as a freshman, I think she has a chance to be, which is very rare, a 4-time first-team All-American. That is the type of talent that Kaylin Abagana possesses. Henderson with first-team All-American talent of her own. A second-teamer last year. Looking for a double. There it is. I'm going to apologize early, folks, if if you hear me sniffle. You know, we are in Louisiana, so you know the humidity outside is generally high. Verano turns 2 into 3, and now Vanderbilt's starting to get on a roll here. But I apologize if the sniffles happen. The fans are going, the AC's going, so obviously trying to keep it cool inside the building. Now, with respect to Sam Houston State, they've got to be careful here. They don't want to get down, and this is from the team total pinfall perspective. All right, they don't want to get down too quickly here as No Fuente. Oh my. 8-pin almost stood. It's early in the journey of producing or adding to the Vandy live stream here, but that certainly was replay worthy. This overall group of Commodores, yeah, and not just the players who are currently bowling, right? But you know, Alyssa Ballard right now not in the lineup. You know, one of the 2 seniors here on the squad, but Ballard right now 13th in the country in the PCPI index metric. And there's the black and gold cheer. Oh, I'm involved. Okay, this is good. Now I feel part of the team. This is great. This is great. Now I know I'm in, folks. The cheer was dedicated to me. I was trying to figure out, I was like, you know, I'm so used to, you know, calling bowling essentially at the network level, right? Bowl TV, you know, Bowl Stream TV, for example, where I'm talking about every team in a favorable manner generally. You know, we be critical when it's necessary. I'm like, well, what do I got to do for the home team? Good break there, just a 4-pin for Abagana. It crept high in the pocket. I was like, I got to figure out, you know, when I got to take my time and pick my spots to throw in some extra black and gold for the weekend. But the players took care of that for me. It's early too, folks, but we're trying to stay locked in. Please share this stream across your favorite Vanderbilt fans. Getting back to the rest of the team, right? Alyssa Ballard, Natalie Kent, who struggled with some injuries in previous seasons. She's back. I watched Natalie during the practice session, and the acceleration that she was getting at the bottom looked really good. Henderson now trying to put the big game together. There it is. One more of those, and Vandy's going to be in the 240s, and they will be plus 50-ish after 2 games. Again, trying to knock down as many pins as possible, but most importantly, always trying to get a win. And Vanderbilt has done a good job of that this season. 30 victories against 9 match losses through their first few events. They are second behind. They are first, actually, speaking of Vanderbilt. 63.38%. That's the sum of their performance or power index rating, excuse me. Jacksonville State at 31-8. Just below Vanderbilt in that power index number. And a lot of that actually has to do with the sum of the opponent's win percentage, takes into account strength of schedule, things of that nature. But Jacksonville State certainly has earned the right to be called the top team in the nation because they've done nothing to dispel that notion. Meanwhile, Vanderbilt, 201-239. All right, so now, because Vanderbilt struck a lot, right, and Sam Houston still trying to work through what this 43-foot pattern is providing them right now. They're trying to work through that. And so once they start catching a couple strikes, putting some doubles together, that was a great shot from Maya Green. Maya, the sophomore from San Antonio, Texas. Baker is like, to me, you just want to keep the train moving. And for Vandy, that's the best game you can have. Like you say, 239. There were no opens. I think the only pins they left were single pins, a 3-pin, a 4-pin. So that's what you're looking for. It also lets you know, generally speaking, that you're lined up. Just to our right, North Carolina A&T in a battle here early with Prairie View A&M. MEAC versus the SWAC on lane 7 and 8. Big shout out to Tulane. Coach Haley has been at the helm for a very long time. They do a great job. Tamia Yeager, another freshman. Shout out to the Yeager family. She just came off of the practice pair, getting some shots, and now Natalie Kent will go down to the warm-up pair and get a few shots in. Fill shot here for Sontong. That's a good one. No, he is one of those players that you want to have. Coach Hagan has done a great job with the international recruiting. I mean, he's got a very long history with regard to international recruits. Whether it be like Denise from the Netherlands, Noe from Thailand, even currently Emily Hart, the freshman from Australia. Done a great job. Vanderbilt has done a great job in that right as well with international recruiting. Coach Mark Lewis is associate head coach for Wichita State. Back well, I hate to say this now, 20 plus years ago when I was bowling collegiately, the first international, like true international athletes that I saw they were going to Wichita State. It's amazing, of course, how bowling has grown so much, and players are willing to, come to the United States, leave home, leave their families, leave their routines, and try to get a great education and also further their collegiate bowling careers while doing so. Game 3. Two-4 here in the first shot. That was nearly a 2-4-5 for Victoria Verano. It's too early to say if the right lane might be the tougher of the two. But I think we'll probably have a better idea once we get through the first 5 frames of this particular game here. So Ana Gonzalez, speaking of international players from Peru. Ana has checked into the lineup for Coach Hagan and has moved into the leadoff spot. Well, Aaron Arnold, we thank you for tuning in. Now, don't be a stranger. We're here all weekend. Vandy looking for their first team win of the season. Already a great start here for Sam Houston State. They got a lot of pins to make up. Boy, Sapphire having herself a fantastic opening match set here. I don't think she's missed the pocket yet. Pretty cool if you're a Sam Houston State fan, right? You've got Chewins in that number 3 spot, and she's been a top 15, top 20 performer on the season thus far, as the Commodores put together another quick double. And then you've got Sarantong in the anchor role with Maya Green. That's a very dangerous 3-4-5 combo. Looks like Haley Lindley. And the ball of choice for at least some of the Commodores here early is the Ion Pro Solid. Haley will head down to the warm-up pair. Oh, spare 3-bagger, and just like that, Vanderbilt not messing around. 201-239 to start for Vandy. You see that is Josie Barnes there, just to the left of center, talking with Danielle Henderson. And you see Coach Hagan. Makes me believe that this could be a subtle move here. Oh, what a shot. I mean, that shot was just absolutely buried. Listen, I don't know if it's me being here, but this is a fantastic start by the Doors. with respect to the commentator points that many are making, I'm pleased to be here. I'm very excited. I call bowling essentially for a living, but I've never called bowling for a team. One team for one weekend, and the wiggle on the 4-pin for Verano. And I appreciate the opportunity, the invitation from Coach Williamson and Coach Barnes. The players have been great. I know many of them. Actually, I know all of them just throughout the years of covering youth bowling and collegiate bowling. But it's different when you then interject yourself into the team environment as an outsider. And so my goal was to just kind of just do it like I always do, right? I just kind of watch, I listen. If I want to interject in one of their cool games that they've been playing at every meal that we've had so far, I might do that tonight, actually. Also, keep up to date on what's happening in the lives of 18 to 22-year-olds, because I have 6 and an almost 5-year-old, so my worlds are a little different. A little bit of a better start for Sam Houston State now through almost 6 complete frames here. Has not missed the pocket. Sapphire. And she is shining like a Sapphire would. She sports number 24 for the number, speaking of Sapphire. Again, speaking of Northern California, Rockland, California specifically. Shot 289 last year as a freshman during day 2 of the Storm Flyer Classic. That one's hosted by Lewis University. All right, light mixer 10. I think Avery's done a great job of. There's probably some very minor moves she's been making. All right, the first couple games he had a couple shots that were going high, so makes a minor adjustment. Now in the light mixture zone. And sometimes the tendency in Baker as a player, and I'm speaking from experience, is you can be, or you can have the tendency to want to do too much, right? Because we don't necessarily want to be the player that doesn't strike when the rest of the team is striking. But sometimes it's, and most of the time, no coach in America will ever trade 9 spare for 6-2. They will always have 9 spare every single time. And so if the minor adjustments still only get you to 9 spare, you allow the rest of the team to continue to put the 3, the 4, and the 5 baggers together. And then that's the role that you play for that game or that match or that day. Abaganya. Now that's one that looked like you didn't quite expect that. She did leave a 4-pin though, but that was on the left lane. All right, so we might now be seeing that first true transition, or at least Caitlin has now seen it up close and personal. This is the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Now, during the practice session yesterday, the players were trying to see how many 3, 6, 7, 10s they could make. So they did get some practice at this split yesterday. And Caitlin will take the count. I tell you, folks, as much bowling as I've called, I've never met a bowling center that didn't give me sniffles. And whenever that day comes, I'll be an excited individual. the commentator with allergies. Here's Henderson. Bang. So now it's 3 consecutive games, Vanderbilt with a game of 200 or more to start the match here versus Sam Houston State. Meanwhile, for the Bearcats of Sam Houston State. They are now trailing and trailing big. They are looking for their first 200 game. And it unfortunately won't happen here in game number 3. Huge double for Danielle. That puts the team 8 on the field. Will be 220. Henderson from St. Louis, Missouri. Shout out to St. Louis and the Henderson family. Our dad, Donnie, great individual. Mentioned the resume in just a few short years for Danielle. She won the U22 Queens in 2024. Helped Jacksonville State to an NCAA title. And the runner-up at the Intercollegiate Team Championships, 222. All 3 in the 10th for Danielle. Last year, Jacksonville State did capture the Intercollegiate Team Championship. They finished second. And the NCAA final, of course, that Danielle had a big part in. Also a part of Team USA in 2025. And junior team and or Team USA, always a big part of the Vanderbilt cloth. And a lot of the really, really good teams across the country where junior team or Team USA qualifications, if you will, if that's on your resume. And then internationally, of course, there are a lot of junior team and or adult national team members that do come over and bowl, respectively. As we talked about, Sam Houston State is a good example of that. All right, Sarntong with the spare. So strike puts them in the 150s. Vanderbilt 222. Vanderbilt at 662. And in the bowling world, that would be plus 62. That means they are essentially 62. We like to be over par in bowling. Of course, the opposite is more or less right of golf, where you'd be under par. You love to be 62 under par in golf. We like to be 62 over par in bowling. Coach Hagan bringing his team together, and you can see it right in front of you. And sometimes it's okay to have that early meeting, because what you don't want is you don't want a slow start to then snowball, right? And it kind of ruins the rest of the day. You're just going to play catch up. You want to be able to finish as best as possible, right? And you've seen a lot of crazy things in college bowling. So no match is never really over. But Vandy's got plenty of momentum. And Victoria Verano's going to get this group started. That is a very good break. It looked like it might have been heading for Splitsville, but just the 10-pin. Verano highly touted when she was making her way into college. It's actually very, very hard to believe she's already a senior. I remember when she gave her commitment. Victoria from Stony Point, New York, majoring in human and organizational development. Mr. Dumigan, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us this morning. Yeah, that's right. Some new commits for Vanderbilt, including Elena Weinstock, as just mentioned, from Costa Rica. She won junior gold last year. spare made. It's funny for Victoria, right? Her sister Danielle has been one of the top players on the PWBA tour since its relaunch in 2015. And now she has a sister, or other sister, I should say, Gianna, also bowling. I don't know whether to be old or not, but how about shout out to the McEwen-Verano family. Well, I should say now the McEwen-Urbano-Verano family. Shout out to Danielle and Justin. Sapphire continues to strike. I'd be interested to look at the Baker stats after this match, folks. It's got to be at least we're in game 4. That would be shot number 7, so she's got at least 4 strikes. Sam Houston State has had some decent starts to games. Dumigan makes that subtle move. Now, the last time we saw Caitlin up, she was on the right lane and lefty 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. So we'll see if she will make the move based on the right lane or if she feels confident in what she was doing on the left lane prior to. Four pin again on the left lane. I think this is where it gets kind of tricky as a player, right? Because she's close, but she's also left now multiple 4 pins on the left lane. So she could make a subtle move, especially knowing that, again, you don't want to give away 9 spare, and you're not going to bowl on the left lane. Well, I'll double check the rule on that. Always remember or forget when you get to game 5, whether it's in the Baker or traditional format, the team who is in the lead, if I remember correctly, gets the choice of which lane they want to complete the final game on. Now, I know that happens in the Baker portion as well, or the match play, I should say, portion. When you get to game 7, you can be choosy if you're leading. Well, I knew Dad would have it. 5 strikes and 2. Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. And this is what Sam Houston State's been wanting, right? And again, go back to that brief meeting that they had, right? And I'm sure Coach just said, hey, let's just forget about the first 3 games. It took us a little extra time to get to where we wanted to get to. And a single pin for Danielle. And now they've gone strike, spare, 3 back. And from the Sam Houston perspective, right, you've given up enough pins. You don't want to, again, allow it to snowball. What you're looking for is just a starting point, and this looks like the game to kind of start, what could be, right, the rest of the tournament and end it in the fashion that they'd like us, and at least have an opportunity to win it on Sunday. Good morning to Mandy Adams checking in. Is this Mandy with a collegiate athlete of her own now bowling? Natasha's in the building too. Shout out to the Yeager family. Tamia just put down the old trusty phase 2 after taking some shots on the warm-up pair. And all of a sudden, Sam Houston State starting to get a few breaks. Things starting to work themselves out for Sam Houston State. 3-6-10. Nice. That's a spare where you just don't really care. No, I shouldn't say that. From my perspective, and I think a lot of bowlers do agree, though, you just want to make the 3-6-10. You'd like to make it the textbook way, right, where your ball, is to the right of the 3-6-10 if you're right-handed. But most players, we're aiming for the target, and if you backdoor it, that's fine. If it looks like you should chop it, but you get a break off the back curtain, that's fine. We just want to make the 3-6-10. Heck of a break there for Sapphire. I think the left lane is starting to go a little bit. The important thing about college bowling is Sam Houston State, both teams providing a good example of how a full day of college bowling can work. There's going to be the roller coaster part. It just happens. All right, unfortunate miscue there from Sapphire. That's the only blemish on her record so far here in this first match. Sam Houston State, who went 134, 155, 149, right? It's just a start you don't want. But throughout all of that, they were working towards this type of game. And in college bowling, it can really flip. It can change so quickly. That's why trying to be as even kill as possible is always important. Because it's a full day of emotions and competition. And Dumigan puts one down in the 8th. Well, Abagania looks like she is going to make a ball change, or at least put a bowling ball near the rack. How about Sarntong? Messenger, and the highest game of the day for Sam Houston State. Again, this is a total pinfall scenario, folks. Not a game versus game. Great ball change for Abagania. All right, she saw the left lane starting to go. Really, both lanes for her. She went 3, 4, 6, 7, 10 on the right lane. She had left a couple of 4-pins, or at least one 4-pin on the left lane the last time she was up. Did it again in frame 4, not including the prior game. Makes the ball change. Now, this is critical information, too, because Danielle's been watching. And if Caitlin made a ball change, right, how much does Danielle possibly have to move to get out of Splitsville? Wow. maybe she's due for a ball change as well. We'll take the runaway Brooklyn, though. That was a huge game. That goes without saying for Sam Houston State. And now, right, if they shoot 220 again, That gets them to 9-17 as an example, as opposed to what it still could be. Yeah, you'd love to get out of here being 100 under if you're Sam Houston State at least. You don't want anything more than that. That was a good little area check right there. The left lane starting to hook. So if we were bowling more on the left lane, I would say Danielle's definitely in a situation where she's going to be needing a ball change on the left lane. She still might need to do it on the right lane, though. First time I saw Danielle, shoot, man, I think it was about 2018-19. It's a good spare, too, 3.69-10 conversion. And especially at that time, very rare to see two-handed women. And at her age, two-handed young girls at that point, young athletes. But you could just tell, right? Danielle's one of those players you only need to see one shot to know, and she's got all-world-like ability. Fostering that ability, of course, began at Jacksonville State, now continuing here at Vanderbilt. Give Coach Hagan a lot of credit because he added Ana Gonzalez to the lineup. I believe it was game 3, and she's made a nice difference getting things started. The leadoff role is very key and critical for Baker competition. Most of you who follow bowling kind of probably understand that part of it. They're key because, well, when you have someone like a Victoria Verano, for example, you know, in this role, she's going to provide energy. More than likely, right? She's going to provide a few strikes, more than likely. But even if she doesn't, she is there to provide information to the rest of the team. So it is incumbent on that leadoff player to throw a good shot, right? We don't all do it, obviously, every single time, but that's the goal. And then you pass along that information to the rest of the team, the coaching staff, and then that is the snowball effect you want. You want the snowball effect that is communication related. We obviously don't want the one that involves open frames, but that happens from time to time. This is game 5, so this is the final game of match number 1. Score update. Score update, 871 to 697 after 4 games. Vanderbilt leads Sam Houston State, 871 to 697. Vandy with a 174-pin lead after 4 games. And, Doom again. The messenger for the freshman. Sam Houston State would love to start over. They would love to start over after shooting 2:59 in game 4. It took them 3 games to figure it out. And just when you get lined up, now you got to leave the pair that you're on and repeat the process to try to get lined up again on a new pair. But they are locked in. And now looking like certainly the 8th-ranked team in the country. 4 in a row, meanwhile, for the Doors. Abagania did stick with the ball change. Looked like the face 2 on the right lane. Key shot here for Danielle. Right, she went runaway Brooklyn. And then a 3-6-9-10 in the 10th frame on the left lane. So, be a telling shot here coming up for the junior. Good relationship, too. I think very key for Danielle. Isabel Allen is here. And Izzy shared the lanes with Danielle. They both were members of Jacksonville State. Izzy was wrapping up her senior season, and Danielle was a freshman. Light mixer. Just a 7-pin. That's a good shot. Couldn't tell if there was a ball change or not, but something definitely looked different. Mr. McConaughey watching. Matthew McConaughey. And now, folks, when you got Matthew McConaughey watching, we're on to something here. And I give a shout out to Matthew. This is, as we like to joke around, it's not the Lincoln version of Matthew McConaughey. It's the Nissan version. Good spare from Danielle. Matthew, he too has a daughter now competing collegiately. I was talking about Mandy earlier, her daughter Courtney at Maryville. Matthew's daughter Ainsley also at Maryville. And they too are enjoying and entering the college bowling space this season. Appreciate you guys sharing a little bit of your day with Vanderbilt and myself. Meanwhile, Sam Houston State can't deny what's happening here. I mean, they shot 259, and that was a 10-strike 259, I believe. So they've got 17 strikes here in the last 2 games, speaking of Sam Houston State. And a 4-pin. Schedule-wise for Vanderbilt coming up. Let me double check, but we should have Jackson State on the docket. I mentioned there are numerous top 25 teams here this week, and Vanderbilt's going to be facing what seems to be every single one of them. Yeah, so Jackson State will be next. We'll be bowling that on 19 and 20. That'll be match 2. Match 3 will feature Arkansas State. Also, of course, a top-ranked team, and they always are. Match 4 will feature Nebraska. And then we will close out the day with the defending national champions, Youngstown State. So, Sam Houston State, Jackson State, Arkansas State, Nebraska, Youngstown State. Folks, that right there will make you stress as a coach. Those are all obviously worthy, high-level national champion runner-up, Final Four appearance, conference championship winning. That includes Jackson State. They have won the SWAC many times in the past. Very difficult schedule for the Commodores here this morning on day 1. Meanwhile, nice again finish for Sam Houston State as Noe Sarntong will close it out They could go back-to-back 259s, but they'd love to double in the 10th and get into the 260s. All right, they will have to settle for 259. And again, folks, for Coach Hagan, you know, if they shoot 258, I should say. If they shoot 258, they're going to shoot 955. Their first 3 games were 134, 155, and 149. So give a lot of credit to Sam Houston State for, staying in it, because mentally that was most important, right? They were struggling early, knew they were close. As Vandy cleaned there, Sapphire, her work is done in match number 1, but she was fantastic. 6-strike performance in match 1 for Sapphire. It's a much different conversation at the end of the day. You know, if you're Sam Houston and you go, considering the start, right? And if they end up in the top 5, you know, all of those tough moments in the first 3 games will be more than worth it. But for Vanderbilt, who were 71 over for 4 games, trying to put the stamp on match number 1, and Jumigan helping with that call. She strikes twice here in the final game. .257. 9:54. Sam Houston will take that. Nice bowling in games 4 and 5 to that team, and a way to stick together as a group. Abaganya, knife frame. Maybe? All right. So again, we're going to 19 and 20. I'm going to take a look at who started on that pair of lanes. Who had game 1 or match 1 there. And looks like Duquesne and UAB. And I'm saying that is the reason I'm saying that because I'm thinking about, and I don't know Duquesne that well yet this year, but I have seen several players from UAB. And they got some players who can play too. Jordan Shipp, for example, Madison Colston, Savannah Schneider. I would anticipate the pair probably to be reacting in a similar manner. Again, after 5 games on 7 and 8, or 5 and 6, Sam Houston State figured it out. Vandy kept things moving in the right direction in game 1 with the 2-on-1 and then took off from there. Looking to end it on a positive note. Danielle Henderson. There it is. So we're going to be in games of 201, 239, 222, 209. One more strike and Vanderbilt will be in the 230s. All right, so folks, new challenge for me, right? Never called college bowling for a team. Of course, we're calling it from the Switcher Studio. Shout out to Vandy and some great technology here. But now I've got to move. And I had a nice spot here behind 5 and 6. I know that's not the same across the building. Oh, get in there, Messenger. I'm going to guess that was an Ion Pro for Danielle. All right, just an FYI, as we get set to move, we will turn the audio off briefly. And then you will see the schedule graphic appear. If you're familiar with Vandy and the way they do things, that's how they roll. So, that is normal. So what I'm telling you is do not go anywhere. There are still a few match ones completing. Everyone at the NCAA level, when you bowl a tournament, every match has to be done in its completion before the teams are allowed to move, and so everyone can begin at the same time. Final score here, 1098 to 954. Match one goes to Vanderbilt, 1-0 as we begin day one competition. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Live from the Colonial Bowling Center, it's the Colonial Lanes Classic. Before we head to break, you watch the quick meeting there between the Vandy squad. Josie Barnes on the left, Coach Williamson, of course, on the right, and the team surrounding them. Shout out to Skylar, our trainer. All right. Making sure the players are where they need to be physically. There looked to be a cheer, maybe. Maybe there's a cheer happening. No, maybe not. All right, there's no cheer. Or is there a cheer? Oh, they know we're looking, too. All right, folks, we'll take a break, and we're moving here shortly. Game two is next. Vanderbilt versus Jackson State. That's on the other side. You're watching Vanderbilt Women's Bowling on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. All right, folks, just an FYI. Now, this part I'm just going to somehow blame it on me. I know it's not my fault, but because I'm on the only thing that's new this week is me, and so our main camera has decided to be funny. Now, what's funny about this is that this is actually something that would happen to me in real life at a bowling tournament. Is that some camera would go down. The only difference is I don't know how to fix this. So that's actually new for me. All right, I think we're solid. All right, I'm going to step aside for one moment, and then I'll return in 2 frames, and then I got your audio here in a moment. All right, folks, Jackson State and Vanderbilt. I found a nice spot next to the Lindley family. All right, so you can already see the differences, and that's part of it. The differences between, what happens when you switch pairs, right? You get on a pair and you get lined up, and now you have to switch pairs, and everything certainly is going to be different, no matter what happens. out to Brad Littlejohn. I see in the chat. Brad's always been watching college bowling since its existence. All right, so Jackson State, part of the SWAC, which Dr. Michael Boykin been leading them now for many years at this point. I've watched them win a couple of SWAC championships at the International Training and Research Center. That's the ITRC. That's where the SWAC championship is hosted and has been hosted for numerous years. Jackson State with Mackenzie Conway, Sada Lugo, Faith Washington, Paige Hubert, Sierra Henderson, Brooklyn Simpson. That's the full roster. And right now, Jackson State looking pretty good here. They're already in the 7th frame, but Vanderbilt now with an early double, or a late double, I should say. So Vandy can get to 199. Meanwhile, Jackson State split double, split conversion in the 4th. They struck in the 5th, 9 spare in the 6th. Another split conversion in the 7th. Now they've got a nice chance early, potentially even to have an early lead against Vanderbilt here. All right, good shot there, 7-pin for Jackson State, and they are going to have the early lead here over Vanderbilt after one game. Certainly don't want this to happen, but this is a part of it's like part of the job, right? When you switch pairs, you make the best educated guesses that you can make, and then, you know, from that point on, you try to put together the best game plan, right? So just like we saw Sam Houston State struggle those first couple games, Vandy will be doing the same thing. Hopefully not as long, right? But if they can sneak out of here with 170, which is possible if Danielle can strike again here in the 10th, they'll feel okay being only down 25 pins as opposed to, some higher number, obviously. But give credit to Jackson State. They came out ready to play. And, when you bowl a team like Vanderbilt, you're going to have your best. You got to bring your best effort no matter what. And, you get a win against a top 3 team, right? That helps your strength of schedule. It's a huge double. So Coach Barnes right now, she was looking for a what looked like probably a bowling ball for Danielle. This feels like a very important fill shot. Right, because if you have more games like this, this is where your 9th frame, your 10th frame bowlers, right? This is where they really come into play. That they can save games, right, and turn 150s into 170s, turn 160s into 180s, 190s, and or turn the 2-0 into the 230. I mean, that is huge. I missed Vanderbilt's first game score. Nice little early communication between team and coaches. Right, because now you don't want to kind of go through the same thing you just went through on the left lane. So you got to get out in front, and then that's also why players, coaches are kind of keeping an eye on the other lane of what's happening too. You guys were watching. Did you happen to check to see what Vandy shot? I know it was 170 something. I think it was 173. I'll confirm that here in a moment. Faith Washington, she's been a mainstay on this team. She's now a senior. A 6'1" lefty from Novi, Michigan. Michigan has a pipeline brewing here for Coach Boykins. 3 players from the state on the team. In fact, 4. Faith Washington, Paige Hubert, Tiara Henderson, and Brooklyn Simpson. Tiara Henderson, the daughter of Portia Henderson, a fantastic bowler from the Detroit area. Shout out to the Henderson family. Early 7 count for Verano. Thank you, Mr. Nofuente. 177. Vandy trailing by 17 pins early. If you're just joining us, this is match number 2 of the day. First day of competition here at the Colonial Lanes Classic. Talk about two-handed players to our left. There you see one more. I believe that's Texas Southern. There's at least 3 in the building right now. Danielle Henderson, this young lady from Texas Southern. Ariana Araujo, two-handed player for Louisiana Tech. Kinsey Conway, 5'7" sophomore from Diamond Head, Mississippi. And the number 2 spot right now for Coach Boykins at Jackson State. Jackson State right now 17-21 on the young season. Inside the top 50 though in power index ranking. So this is one of those, Jackson State's going to try to give Vanderbilt everything they can handle. They would love nothing more than to be able to say, hey, we got a victory over the top-ranked team currently in the power index ranking. That's right, Miss Nova, Victoria White. So there's 4 at least. Got a chance to catch up with Victoria a little bit yesterday. She felt pretty good about what the pattern was going to present. Big shot there by Abaganya. Caitlin went down to the locker room, and she may have either just put a ball away or grabbed a new one. But players at her level, right, and at the team's level, generally speaking, they don't waste time with regard to ball changes. Bowling balls are so strong now. So a lot of times the first thing is make sure you throw a good shot. And if you said yes, then you got to look at the bowling ball and what you're throwing. And if that's the one that's causing the issue here. Henderson. Bang. I tell you, you don't want to go out and flip the switch. But it doesn't take long for Vandy to kind of see the picture. Now, sometimes it does, and it's normal for that to happen. There can be a pair of lanes that's just, it'll have you guessing for a full match. But so far, at least the right lane, good early adjustments and kind of good foreshadowing, paying attention to how Jackson State was attacking the right lane in preparation for Vanderbilt stay here in game 2 on this lane. I feel so involved now.
Do you feel like part of the team now?
I do. I got the high Emil cheer. So I'm guessing if we get 5 in a row, that's where I come into play. If Vandy gets 5 strikes in a row, then it's my time to shine, and I get the high Emil cheer, and I'm good with that. So that's what we're rooting for all weekend. 5 in a row, I get my name called. We'll see what 6 in a row might get us. And that's the black and gold cheer. Oh, wow. That was a good shot there from Faith. She gets a good break, though. I know our feed is not as consistent as it was in match number 1, and that could be just because of the move down to the higher end of the building. My goal for the weekend will be to try to decipher when and how that happens, if I can. Make that 7 in a row now as Avery Dumigan comes to play in the 8th frame. There are certain things with our technology, right, that I will be learning on the fly just to see if I can help at all. But my job this week is to give you the sounds. You can see what's happening. And then in some cases where you might not be able to, I can fill that void for you here this weekend. And Caitlin didn't like that one from the start, you kind of tell. And the dreaded 3, 6, 9, 10. That's the one that really no one wants to shoot at. I was talking about 3, 6, 10s earlier. You don't want to shoot at a 3, 6, 9, 10 either. That's worse than the 3, 6, 10. I told you the book on Abagania, 3rd in the country in Player Composite Performance Index. That's just through first few events for Vandy, right? But that's just a small sample size of what ultimately I think will be a Hall of Fame career at the collegiate level. And then whatever she chooses to do professionally on the lane, certainly, but most importantly off the lanes, she's going to be a Hall of Famer, whatever she's going to do. Lugo striking in the 3rd frame for Jackson State. Meanwhile, Henderson for Vanderbilt. And that's what we talked about earlier, folks, right? Those 9th, 10th frames so important. You have someone like Danielle, and as mentioned before, two-handed players, Paige Hubert Jr. I'm happy that in the women's bowling, we are now at a point to where we're consistently seeing more two-handed bowlers. And I was at a couple of recent youth events, and they were more in the girls division who are on the way to the collegiate world. This was a very important game because Jackson State can get the first one here in the 10th. I'll be looking at the game of the 2-0s. Important spare for Jackson State. They will relinquish their lead, but 190-190 would be an excellent start against Vanderbilt. Tiara Henderson out here anchoring this Jackson State team as a true freshman out of John Glenn High School. .233 for Vanderbilt. .190 for Jackson State. So after being down by 17 pins after the first game here, Vanderbilt has flipped the script quick. They now lead by 26 pins, 410 to 384. And another strong start for Jackson State. That's a good leadoff anchor situation. You know, Faith leading off and Tierra anchoring for Jackson State. All right. Early open. If you're going to open, that's the frame to handle that in. With the move to the high end of the building, we now get a chance to see, you know, the pairs, other pairs too are around us. In this case, 21 and 22, Southern taking on North Carolina A&T. Youngstown State is facing Texas Southern, and also seeing players down on this end get to the warm-up pairs, which are 23 and 24. Plenty of Tigers fans in the building. There are a few teams with Tigers as their mascot. Jackson State, of course, being one of them, and that's the fans who we're talking about right now. Here's Dumigan, Commodores. Oh, that was beautiful. Well, that's how they do it in San Diego, I guess. That's still a city on my bucket list. I feel like now I got to be able to strike like Caitlin and Avery if I plan to go to San Diego, which I have no chance of doing, by the way. My knee still hurts from the 2 weeks of league that I bowled the last 3 weeks. Here's Abagania. Bang! I was dead flushed. I'm not sure you could have thrown a shot better than what Abagania did. You know, watching her in this mode, right? And I remember Caitlin, she won the U12 Division Junior Gold title in back-to-back years. But I remember her watching her then and just saying, I mean, the possibilities are endless here. This is for a four-bagger. Henderson, that's got to get right, and it stays right. Danielle started to inch a little further left, and obviously, you know, she'll be moving a little further left, maybe faster in some cases because of her rev rate in comparison to some of her teammates. So in many cases, she might be the furthest left. Verano gets a quick chat with associate head coach Josie Barnes. Josie, of course, was a player for Vanderbilt. Helped the team win its first national championship, and she's got a couple more as a coach alongside John Williamson. Verano looking to add on here. Frame 6. Light mix goes. I can't miss my time.
After 5 strikes.
I was involved, folks. We got 5 in a row. And it might be the first time I've ever said we on any bowling broadcast that I've ever done in my life. And I've been enjoying it very much. Meanwhile, Jackson State, the lone open. I mean, they are hanging right with Vandy as best as they can. This is the kind of performance that, you know, propels the team for the rest of the season as Vandy looks to continue to pour it on. And 9-pin late. So that's 2 games in a row now where the team has had at least a 6-bagger, and it could be 2 in a row with 7. Dumigan to keep the train rolling. There it is. splits the 8-9. To the lane pattern perspective, right, we'll go back to that. 43 feet, 30 mils. And based on practice, talking to the coaching staff and even some other coaches, you could tell that it could get high scoring possibly the later in the blocks we go. Again, that was if the field played the lanes similar to start as a whole. You never want to say it's going to be easy. You don't want to say, man, if this happens, we'll be able to do this. You have those thoughts in your mind. Sometimes they don't go to plan. But what's going to plan here is the breaks for Vanderbilt. Opportunity now to shoot a possible game in the 270s. That will require 2 strikes from Henderson to get the Commodores into the 270s. Just like butter right there. The Commodores just making copies. I mean, this is like if this was basketball, right? We've got about 7 to 8 good plays, right? The team's on a 12-0 run. And then we'll call it a 9-0 run for basketball's sake. We had the messenger late. Right, that's an alley-oop. This could be the dunk right here. Strike here, and Vanderbilt gets in the 270s this game. There it is. I'll have to ask coaching staff, but perhaps maybe one of their, if not the highest possible game as a team so far this season. It wouldn't shock me if it wasn't. This team is more than capable of 270-plus games at any point. And meanwhile, it goes to show, obviously, the talent level of Vanderbilt, man, because Jackson State's putting together a nice performance. All right, sorry, that one was missed in. 278. Vanderbilt 688 for the first 3 in this match against Jackson State. My man with Scout is getting my basketball analogies. I'm a big basketball fan. And I know that Vandy's shout out to the Vanderbilt athletics department, first of all. I mean, because obviously the football team is fantastic. The baseball team's always been solid. Both the men's and women's basketball programs putting in work. And the bowling team has been a steady force. Three consecutive games in the 190s. All right, we're moving to game 3. Or I'm sorry, game 4. This is happening fast. Appreciate the parents in the chat. Parents, fans, especially those with some previous Vanderbilt bowling knowledge on the season. We're just seeing, looks like 280 a couple weeks ago against Wichita. The goal today, of course, within these 5 matches, get as many wins as possible and knock down as many pins as possible. Sounds simple enough. Doesn't always go to plan. Vandy has had some tournaments to this point where they have been in the tops after a couple of after day 1, top 3, top 4. They have opened up Sundays with some opportunities to win the titles. Obviously, if you make the top 4 or in the top 4 after the first 2 days of a tournament, then you get a chance to play for the title. Right, the 1 versus the 2 seeds would bowl a match. 3 versus 4 would bowl a match. Whoever wins the 1-2, they get automatically seeded to the championship. The 3-4, if you win that match, then you get one more opportunity to get to the title match. So that's the goal for Vanderbilt this week. Close to winning it last year, and I believe they had the highest pinfall total a season ago at this tournament. Things have kind of died down just a little bit in the building. Every team kind of on a different pace of play right now. Seeing some higher scores though, and that certainly makes sense. Almost 10 Baker games down, and you would expect to see some higher scores. Certainly. With that said, also seeing some lower scores from some teams that you may or may not expect that from, but it happens.
I'm sorry.
One of the funnier things that's happened to me so far today, folks, and this is just day 1, but people are used to seeing me at a bowling tournament at a collegiate event in some capacity, generally with respect to Bowl TV as an example, or my own network, Boldstream TV. And then, but people this morning, people see me walking around with with the Vandy logo on. And they do the double take. And they're like, "Hey, what are you doing here? What's happening this week?" So I appreciate Vandy sharing what was going to be happening this weekend across social media. I didn't know that many people would think this would be the coolest thing for me to essentially join up with Vandy for a weekend and hang out and call some bowling. And I appreciate them. So as fast as one can put strikes together, it's just as fast that the carry does go away. But again, that's a good thing. We talked about it a little bit earlier this morning. Right, you're okay with trading strikes for 9 spare because you don't want 7-1, 6-2, 5-3. Those are not area codes, by the way. Those could be bowling leaves. And you get Caitlin out there to kind of stop that streak. From this vantage point too, folks, and obviously you're watching this because you're a Vandy fan, and you may be watching if you're a Jackson State fan as well. We welcome you to the broadcast. But the small intricacies that, probably go unnoticed throughout a weekend's worth of competition, but those are the things I'm watching for, right? I watch how Coach Josie talks with the players. Great shot from Danielle. It's a subtle communication. It's a tidbit here or there. And she's experienced. She's been in this thing now for almost decades. Where, she's aware of what players need, when they need it, how they prefer to be communicated with and to. All of those small things matter when you're talking about team competition. Shout out to Regina. She's got some ties to, of course, some of the players on this team in Vanderbilt in Northern California. Boy, it's crazy, man. They go 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, and you go, all right, we'll figure it out. And then Abaganya strikes, Henderson strikes, and then you flip the lineup, and Victoria gets back to striking. Sapphire's been really good today. First real sign of trouble there. 2-4-10. Mr. Dumigan, to be honest, I do hope that happens. Honestly, part of the reason I'm here, just talking with Coach Williamson, was, obviously as a viewer, if you know bowling, you will have an idea of what's happening as you go in and out of a live stream, because you got all day to do stuff. You're at work. You got things to handle. You picking up and dropping off, all of those things. And so if you know bowling, you can kind of get an idea. Then you piece together the information. And I'm one of those bowlers as well, right? I watch college bowling live streams during the weekends. And I also rely on those in the chat to tell me what game we're in, or what game, whatever match I'm watching. What's the situation? Is this first place? Is it not? So to be able to help assist with that. So when you do go drop the kids off and you come back, hey, there's someone to tell you where exactly they are in the day, in the action. And to try to make it, of course, as exciting for you as we possibly can. The players are going to do that because that's what Vandy keeps doing. I'm here to just kind of fill in the gaps, if you will. Speaking of that, 177, 233, 278. That's where Vanderbilt is at after 3. That's 688. Their opponent, Jackson State, 579. Jackson State went 194, 190, 195. And now could be in the 170s with a spare here. Abagania, the reigning U.S. amateur champion. It's off the hand. Puts the double together. Danielle's Baker average. Of course, she put together the frames and strike spares, etc., and so forth. Her Baker average 209, but her Baker double percentage, meaning the percentage of time that she doubles in Baker competition, sits at 55%. That's a pretty good number. A couple players, of course, in the standings with numbers in the 60s, and there it is. .173 for Jackson State. That's their lowest game so far of this match. They are at 752. Again, 5 games or 5 Baker games, total pinfall wins. And Dehan does it again. Seven on the fill puts Vandy with their second game of this match of 230 or better. On the day, this would be their third 230 plus game through 2 matches. Danielle, generally, it's she's just got to get it close, right? It's almost like she's got this, and every player will want this. But when you have the rev rate speed combo that she does, if she can hit the pockets, and I'm not talking about the 1-3 in this case, I'm talking about like players like her have a separate pocket, right? Where the zone that she's trying to hit down lane, like the breakpoint zone, she can add a board or two extra, right? Because her recovery with rev rate, etc., is just going to be a little bit different. .921 for Vanderbilt after 4 games. This is game 5, 5th and final game here of match 2. And Vandy on their way to 2-0 on what will be a very difficult day overall. No matter what the win-loss record is going to be at the end of the day, the teams that they've had to face and still will have to face, Arkansas State is up next, followed by Nebraska and then Youngstown State. The job does not get easier for the Doors here this afternoon. All right, Faith Washington, that's a good frame for Jackson State. They will be battling Texas Southern, Prairie View A&M. Alabama State has been very good in the SWAC these last couple of years. Coach Andrew Chapman has been superb in this coaching and also recruiting for Alabama State in the last 4 to 5 years. SWAC can be overlooked sometimes, but there's some good talent, some good teams there. Sometimes you got to go beneath the surface. Vanderbilt firepower, it's just a different it's a different type of firepower, right? It's hard to keep up with. All right, a little bit of a weak 10 there for Avery. Avery chose number 18. To high school at the International Virtual Learning Academy. And a freshman. There's always a battle for talented recruits, and there's so many universities and bowling programs to choose from now as not only as a collegiate athlete but also a parent. Speaking of new recruits, we just talked about Macy Jones, Lindsey Grime on the way to Vandy. Anna Antony recently committing for the year 2027. Also Lena Weinstock. So the reload happening, of course, for not just Vandy but every team in the NCAA world, or I should say the college bowling world, that is. In a moment, I'm going to try to get you a link to the scores for the tournament here. And you guys let me know if that link works. Lined up. Guys, let me know if that link works. From the basis of it, I'm thinking it may not work. I can't even press it. All right, Jackson State with an early double here. That's two doubles, in fact. Two doubles in the last couple of frames. 1-7 spare away from putting together a five-bagger. They bowl really well here in this match against Vandy. This group bowled extremely fast. I think there's some teams that are just starting Game 5. When you get a moment, folks, again, let me know if that link that I dropped in the chat works. All right, Saff with a strike in the 7th. Some of our West Coast fans starting to pop on here into the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. We welcome you. You're watching Vanderbilt Bowling, Colonial Lanes Classic. My name is Emil Williams Jr., the voice of the Doors here for the weekend. And so far, of course, Vandy not letting anybody down. 1098 But that was not the highest total after match number 1. That belonged to the host school, Tulane. Tulane shot 11:09, and they have the early lead. Tulane was first at 11:09. Vanderbilt was second at 10:98. Duquesne was third at 10:74. Arkansas State fourth at 10:57. Louisiana Tech fifth at 10:32. And Wichita State was sixth at 10:26. Jackson State shot 10:05, and that it was clear. It makes so much sense because they have been on a nice slow run here. And it was 10:05, unfortunately, in a losing effort, but 10:05 nonetheless. All right, couple of opens here for the doors with frames 9 and 10 left. Abagana and Henderson looking to close things out. Big jump left for Abagana. Hubert with a nice strike in the ninth sets up Tierra Henderson beautifully for Jackson State. Tigers can finish with 2:24 this game. Four pin. One of those rare moments that Danielle does not strike here. This pin just as important as the others. Make the spare and then either take advantage of the fill shot and or give it to someone else. That spare is handled. Hello, Darren. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Of course, a lot of bowling fans taking a peek and watching today, but you know, we want this broadcast to reach the levels of those who aren't familiar with bowling, perhaps for Vanderbilt, and so they can see just how good. They know the team's good. And sometimes when you watch bowling, it can be a bit confusing. But I'm here this weekend to walk you through that. All right, 8 on the fill, that's 190. Oh, is that 11-11? Is that really the right score? Coach Boykins talking with Jackson State. Yeah, if I'm Coach Boykins, you know, he knows how well his team bowled. You know, they've got 10-0 and 950 against some really good teams. Vanderbilt right now with the highest scoring match of the day at this point by any team with 11-11. That tops the 11:06 Tulane put up. in match number 1. Hey, Steve, hope all is well. My friend, I'm happy to be here too. I know you've got some rooting interest with the Northern California faithful like Sapphire. So that was the final tally, folks. 11-11 for Vanderbilt. I think we should make a wish, right? Is that what you do when you shoot 11-11? You make a wish? Well, because Vandy and Jackson State struck so much, they will have a little bit of a longer break than most. We've got 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Looks like 4 pairs of lanes still rolling here in match number 2, game number 5. So for the players' sakes, it's an opportunity for them to get lunch. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so folks, as I mentioned, there will be a little bit of a longer break. We've got teams in the frames 6 and 7, so I'd give it about 10 minutes. And then match 3 will be on its way. Arkansas State is next on the schedule, so the road does not get easier for your Commodores. But 11-11 is pretty darn good. We'll step aside. The Commodores 2-0 on the day. You're watching the Colonial Lanes Classic, Vanderbilt Women's Bowling, here on the Vanderbilt YouTube channel. All right, folks. Match number 3 officially underway. Vanderbilt versus Arkansas State. Arkansas State for the longest time has been one of the top teams in the country every single year, and it's not different this year. They were the preseason 6th-ranked team in the NTCA coaches poll. Carly Van Dynen has been, I think Carly Van Dynen for Arkansas State could be one of those next stars on the PWBA tour. When we talk about the power game and rev rate, especially as a one-handed player, man, she just doesn't miss. And you throw in Maggie Toma. They went Amanda Lang, Malaya Chavez, Kaylee Back. Again, Maggie Toma and Carly Van Dynen. That's the 1 through 5 for Arkansas State. Haven't seen much of a change so far here for Vanderbilt, and why would you? They got Vandy just shot 11-11. By the way, folks, if you see, I did post 2 links in the chat, but I don't know if they worked. And my guess is if they don't work, it could be maybe the posting links are disabled. So I'll figure out a way to get you the results. I'll talk with the staff about that. But if you guys wouldn't mind to confirm if indeed the links did not work, just let me know. Certainly would appreciate that. This one's going to come down to the 5th and final game. I don't think there's any question about it. Open frame in the 8th for Arkansas State. 2 splits for Vanderbilt in the 2nd and the 7th. But this is where the back half comes into play. Doom again with a strike in the 8th. Abagania trying to repeat. One was a little lazy, just a touch lazy down lane. So just a 4-pin. Both of those are good questions with regard to our scoring link. Those are things that I normally would be able to answer and have a solution for, but I don't today because I don't have any control over either of those 2 entities. But I will ask at the appropriate time, can we post the link to the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook and or Twitter pages? Actually, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna go to the Facebook page, and then whatever the newest post is from the team about today, I will drop that link in the comments. All right, Henderson, possible chance to have an early lead here. And more pin goes forward. So with that count in the 10th frame from Carly, Vanderbilt could take a small, it's a lead, but it could be a 1-pin lead. And again, in the Baker portion of things on Friday, it's all total pins. And that's how the winner of the matches are determined. Once we get to match play, of course, in the bracket portion of things, that's got to hook a ton. Well, we didn't have 3 off the right on the bingo card, but we know it's possible. And Danielle smiles. She gets a few smiles from teammates. They'll probably talk about that one later tonight during dinner. All right, that's one of those strange frames right there. Well, instead of a possible 1-pin lead, Vanderbilt now trails by 10 pins early after the first game. And folks, too, do us a favor. Make sure you hit the thumbs up on this YouTube broadcast. And so the good folks, the wonderful people of the Vanderbilt Athletics Department know that you are not only just watching, but watching intently. And then maybe in the future they'll say, hey, Coach Williamson, Coach Barnes, we'll just give you some more things to try to make your broadcast cool. The lineup has been the same since frame 1 of match number 1 this morning. And that is senior Victoria Verano, sophomore Sapphire Nofuente, freshman Avery Dumigan, freshman Caitlin Abaganya, and junior Danielle Henderson. That's your 1 through 5 for Vanderbilt. For Arkansas State, they've countered with sophomore Amanda Lang, Malaya Chavez, junior from Joliet, Illinois. Kay Lee back, senior now, your original transfer 2 years ago from Oklahoma Christian. Maggie Toma, who opened up a lot of eyes about 4 years ago, I guess, at this point at the Team USA trials. We started seeing, again, two-handed women. She was one of the first that we saw in the States. Not only one of the first that we saw, but one that was extremely good. And Carly Van Dynen rounds out the lineup for Arkansas State and Coach Justin Kostick. They've got a new addition to their coaching staff, and Mike Convict. That's what I call him. His name is Mike Con. But I've always referred to him as Mike Convict, kind of our joke thing. But Mike Con comes over from Savannah College of Art and Design, where he was with Katie Thornton and the wonderful program that they have built in Savannah, Georgia, as Kaylee Beck puts the double together. 9 spare for the Commodores.
You put the scores in the chat.
All right, that one got away from Avery Dumigan. Arkansas State now giving Vanderbilt a little taste of their own medicine, because this is how Vandy has been handling opponents here the first two matches. Great shot there. Boy, Van Dynen. What a start by the Red Wolves. That's a huge break there for Abagania and Vanderbilt, but this pair for Vandy so far, maybe the most troublesome through the first couple of games. It seems like they're right in the midst of transition, while Arkansas State has maybe gotten through the transition already. The Red Wolves 9th in the latest NTCA Power Index ranking, 24-15 on the young season. Big double opportunity early for Danielle Henderson. There it is. All right, let's see if that starts the momentum train for the Commodores. For Arkansas State, Carly Van Dynen has been a special player. She is 9th in the Player Composite Performance Index ranking. 92.27%, again, 9th. Essentially, if you, in this category, like if you're in the top 10 and you've got a chance to be a first-team All-American. If you're in the top 10, you're almost guaranteed to be a second-team All-American. All right, folks, so if you can hear my voice, I am currently posting the standings. It's in the comment section of today's Getting Us Started Facebook post on the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling page. So I also have the YouTube broadcast there if you want to share that, and then the results all in the same comment, okay? I'm posting it as myself. So not as Vanderbilt women's bowling, for example, so I won't be able to pin that chat. Actually, you know what? I'm going to flip them around. I'll make them two comments. There's a chant. Black, gold, black, gold. That's a huge double. This one feels like match play, folks. You know, this morning against Sam Houston State got off to a very difficult start in the first 3 games. So, you know, Vanderbilt got out in front early, and it kind of never looked back. But I love Sam Houston State battling and finishing with 250. 11-11, they come out the gates with in match 2 against Jackson State. And now this one is very much feeling like the postseason-like atmosphere that we anticipate. All right, so the link is now there. I flipped them both. So you got day 1 results. You'll see it in the comment section again of the Getting Us Started Facebook post. And it's basically the graphic of the starting 5. Open frame from Abagani in the 9th. 10-pin lead for Arkansas State after 1 game here. Van Dynen versus Henderson. Don't be surprised if we say that. Those same 2 players in April with a championship possibly on the line. And Van Dynen strikes first, no pun intended. Henderson the match. And gets out of what could have been a 2-7. Whatever transition this pair has gone through and is going through, Vandy is seeing it a little bit more than Arkansas State. Again, folks, the tough matchups don't stop today or after this one. After Arkansas State, then it's Nebraska, and then it's Youngstown State. All right, good spare for Danielle. So Danielle's going to get a different bowling ball to try. Very interesting thing I noticed during the practice session with Vanderbilt yesterday. And not to give away any trade secrets, so certainly not going to do that, but they do have a specific way and kind of how they keep track of arsenals for each player. They've got the numbers for each bowling ball for every player. And so the RG, the differential numbers, but they also had numbers to kind of how they practice. So they had a couple bowling balls that we each had a number 1 associated with it, and a couple that had a number 2 associated with it, and a number 3. And so as they practice, the number 1s hit the lanes first, all right, because those are the balls that they probably would throw on the fresh, of course, depending on pattern length and volume. Then when they start to see the first transition, they might get into the balls that are numbered with the number 2. Then, of course, as you get further along in the block, you might get into the bowling balls that have the number 3 associated with it. I thought that was very, very interesting. And it caught my eye, and I asked Coach, hey, what are we talking about here? But it's a good way, to me, it was like that's the way you practice with a purpose. And you're trying to simulate, of course, as best as you can, how much or which bowling balls you're going to end up throwing. You know, now the practice session, you'll never be completely close, but you have to utilize it. .208-195, game 2 scores. Arkansas State at 4:07 after 2. Again, Vandy 189-195. They are at 384. This is match 3 if you're joining us for the first time. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We welcome you to the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel, where the Doors currently in competition, day 1 of 3. They're in the Baker format. Early open for Victoria Verano. Double, 7 spare. Vandy, all day through the first 2 matches, been able to get off to really good starts. And they do currently have the lead at 22:09. Again, that's Vandy's total after 2 games. They are 2-0 and currently have the pinfall total lead again in the tournament. 16 teams competing here this weekend. Now back-to-back splits. And, yeah, this is definitely the transition game here, or match, I should say, for Vandy. Ball kind of deflected there from the two-handed righty and Maggie Toma. Just leaving the 10-pin. Single pin lead for Dumigan. Arkansas State clean through 4. When we talk about seniors, you know, Victoria Verano for, and also Alyssa Ballard, Vanderbilt. Maggie Toma, Kaylee Back, Harley Van Dynen for Arkansas State. All right, spare taken care of. Vandy looking for their first strike here in game 3. Yeah, there's just, for Vandy, Arkansas State not seeing the same transition. They're not seeing the lanes the same at all, you can tell, between the 2 teams. So it may come down to ball choice at this point for Vanderbilt. First sign of a little bit of adversity Here's we're about the halfway point of day number 1. This is where your stopper, you need that stopper. And Danielle, yeah, I like Sydney Bone. You know, Sid was in a situation for Vanderbilt as a freshman last year where she ended up, you know, kind of anchoring the team. Yeah, I don't have the exact percentages, but every time I saw Vandy, Sydney Bone was in that anchor role. And, of course, you get Danielle Henderson over to transfer. There's going to be some shuffling of the lineups a little bit. Great shot from Henderson. But the point, of course, with regard to Sydney Bone is twofold. One, I just watched her be a very great, not a very good, a great teammate. And, you know, making sure that Danielle was ready for that shot. Whatever Sydney felt that Danielle needed to hear, right? And that's the beauty of the player-player relationship. The players know what the other players need to hear before they throw the shot. You know, Natalie Kent's been very good at that today. You know, Sydney Bone's been very good at that today. Right? And so someone like Sydney with the lineage, same thing with Natalie. They've got the lineage. Sydney, I talked about what she's been able to do or what she did last year as a freshman. You know, she's not bowling yet today. That does not mean she is not important to this team in this very moment. And that's the level of sacrifice you must have to participate in sports or any kind of team competition. There is a level of sacrifice you must be willing to give. Because we know whenever that your number's going to be called, it's going to be called. And you will still need to be ready to enter this lineup. And that could be tomorrow. You know, to me, this is now something that we might look forward to tomorrow, right? How does Vanderbilt, when we get to games 2 and 3 tomorrow, because you know they're going to play different. If they look like this tomorrow, they'll be a bit more prepared because they've seen it. This is one of those games. Sapphire just had to come back and just relax a little bit. On the other side of things, you know, watching the coaching staff for Arkansas State, and if you know Justin Koslick, he's a pretty intense coach. He's kind of living and dying on every shot from his squad, but he knows Arkansas State's got a really good opportunity to take full advantage of the Vanderbilt struggles, so he wants to get as many pins as they possibly can. One strike through 7 frames for the Commodores, who have the lead in the tournament through 2. That was a really good shot. And now that gets the energy levels going. Vandy can save 170 here. Just a 2-pin for Maggie Toma. That was almost on that 2-4-8-10 situation. Abagania now follows with the double. Again, it was 407 to 384. It was a 23-pin deficit. If Danielle can double here, things could still feel even though it's a 23-pin deficit. She didn't like that one from the start. Tell you, it's obviously as tough as this game has been for Vanderbilt. Uh-oh. All right, so that's the lowest game of the day for Vandy. They shoot 144. .528 for the first three for Vanderbilt. But Arkansas State giving them a little bit of a break there in the 10th frame. They too missed the spare. And that's now 574. So Vandy trails by just 46. That could have been way more. That's a big break there for Vanderbilt. Vandy's had some really good teams in their history. There's no question about that. 3 national championships. But the full-on talent level from 1 through 10 truly is remarkable. From Caitlin Abagania to Danielle Henderson, to Victoria Verano, to Haley Lindley, to Natalie Kent, Sydney Bone, Alyssa Ballard, Avery Jumigan, Sapphire Nofuente, and Tamia Yeager. Full, impressive roster. I think there's some early hook on this left lane. Vanderbilt is now in that full situation of just trying to figure out the combination of where they need to be on the lanes and then, of course, the bowling ball motion. Try to get through what does look to be some early hook. That's a great spare. And the senior and the All-American. Victoria Verano, 3-time All-American for Victoria. Vanderbilt has already tossed a 278 game today. That was in match number 2 against Jackson State. They shot 11-11. Again, they lead the tournament through 2 matches, 22-09. Wichita State second at 21-65. Arkansas State third at 21-49. Both of these teams are undefeated and separated in the standings by just a few pins. So huge match here on day one. It's rally time. Let's go, Vandy. Let's go. Let's go, Vandy. Let's go. Need a couple doubles to get that black and gold chant going. It's kind of the first time it feels like Arkansas State hasn't started with spare double at least. Zoom again. And that one misses the head pin right. Makeable spare though. And at this point, that's the most important part. If you want to look at the results, I did post them in the comment section of the getting us started post. It's the starting five graphic on the Vandy Women's Bowling Facebook page. So you can see the day one results there. I don't think I tried to post the links in the chat, but I think as a channel they may have links turned off, and I would understand if that is indeed the case. Sydney Bone and Natalie Kent both making their way to the warm-up pairs. Big shot. So I see Victoria, looks like she's going to be making a ball change. Perhaps the Ion Pro Solid might be in her future. Meanwhile, Danielle Henderson. She tried to fill ball, or a different, I should say, a different bowling ball on the fill maybe 2 games ago. And something a little bit different on the right lane. It's kind of one of those situations where this kind of happened, not the way the scoring pace is, but I think it was match 1 where the left lane started to be a little tricky. You started to see players starting to leave 4 pins, but it was the last time they were going to be on the left lane. So it was like how big of a move do you make? And maybe that move's not the same on the right lane. Similar situation here. I think the left lane has the most early hook, the earliest hook. Especially in the, of course, the flattest part of the pattern at 43 feet. The good news here through 5, though, and this one, Vandy is clean. And Arkansas State has yet to strike. They trail, speaking of Vandy, by 46 pins. This is Van Dynen for Arkansas State and a Week 10. Vandy, this is their time. Here in Game 4, Frame 6. Verano does make the ball change. Push. And she trips the 4-9. And the smiles, huge smile from Verano. But I think you could see that one, folks. So we could replay that. And you see the hug, Verano to Coach Barnes there. I don't know if Josie suggested that, but that's what obviously coaches are for. But you could see that ball clearly get through the front part of the lane a little cleaner, much cleaner than the previous bowling ball that she was throwing. Definitely click the thumbs up, folks. That lets the athletic department know that you guys do care about Vandy bowling. What move does Sapphire make? That looks good. Great shot. Oh, that was money from start to finish. You anticipated an Arkansas State rally in their run, and it looks like it's about to begin as well. Avery missed the head pin right back in frame 3. She made the spare. Here she is, frame 8. Oh, had to lean on it. I thought that one was just right there. I'm like, yeah, hold. That's got to hold. Red Wolves return. They've got a double in frame 6 and 7. Commodores working on 3 in a row in frame 6, 7, and 8. The entry continues. The atmosphere in the building, and specifically on lanes 13 and 14, starting to heat up. And trouble. I think Caitlin felt really good about that shot. Meanwhile, Kay Lee back. Bang. Alton back for Kay Lee, the senior out of Derby, Kansas. Just as Vandy was starting to build a little bit of momentum, Arkansas State was like, no, hold on. And now the Red Wolves, you start to look at their max score. They've got 236 still out there. This is an important 10th frame for Danielle. A double here would be clutch. You'd love to fill 20 at least and only give a few pins back if necessary. Hard to beat what the Red Wolves got going though right now. They've got a 46-pin lead, and it looks like they're going to add to that. And more trouble for Danielle. And the Commodores, back-to-back splits between Abaganya and now Henderson. And their balls kind of saw it at about the same point, too. Looked good for about 45 feet, and then trouble. Meanwhile, Van Dynen, this might be a chance to kind of separate themselves here. Wow, what a shot by Carly. And now Vanderbilt will need a lot of love in game number 5 because the Red Wolves pretty good here in game number 4. When they had a chance, speaking of Arkansas State, to really open up the lead, they were unable to do so with a couple of late mistakes in game 3, but not the same here in this one. They've got 5 in a row looking for 6. .187 for Vanderbilt. Vandy will be at 715 for 4 games. That is 85 under. Arkansas State, meanwhile. $7.97 for the Red Wolves. The lead is 82 pins for Arkansas State. All right, updated totals coming at you. Game 4. Good start. And of course, the team in the lead gets to choose which lane they want to finish on. And of course, you would anticipate Arkansas State to choose the right lane. They just had their best game on it. In fact, they've had their 2 best games on the right lane. They shot 208 and 223. One of these teams will leave this match no longer undefeated. Best start for Vandy here in this match. It comes in Game 5, early double from the lineup up top in Victoria Verano and Sapphire Nofuente. Coming up next, Vandy will face Nebraska. It will take place on 21 and 22. And again, they will close things out back on the low end of the building. Or they will face Youngstown State, defending champions. Meanwhile, 3-bagger. I told you earlier, folks, college bowling it's weird like that. Bowling in general, to where one moment it feels like you just have no idea, no look. Everything you do doesn't work. Sometimes you feel like you got to look, but the bowling balls may not match up. Sometimes you feel like your bowling balls are great, but they're not striking, no carry. And then boom, you could find yourself, especially in Baker, with a huge opportunity. Abaganya, good shot. Looking for 4 in a row. That was a very good shot, and that's what you're looking for in this moment, especially from Caitlin. Last time she was up, left the 4-6-7. Good spare. Toma for Arkansas State. Maybe, almost on the messenger. Key shot for Danielle. All right, I think she's gone through a couple of different bowling balls. Sydney Bone right there with the encouragement. I think Danielle makes probably a larger move left here. That's got a chance. Wow. Didn't anticipate that. 1-2-8-10 washout. All right, she will get two. First open of this game for Vanderbilt. I was expecting that bowling ball to hook. All right, you got to start all over if you're Vandy. It would have been difficult to make up 82 pins. You would have needed a ton of strikes either way. But you get as close as you can. You don't anticipate Arkansas State to make many mistakes down the stretch. They're in a position where they don't have to strike. They just got to remain clean. These two teams have met a couple of times already this season. Twice at the Penguin Classic to open up the season. Once at Destination Orlando. Vandy is 1-2 on the young season against Arkansas State. First time they faced each other on a Friday in Baker, though. They have faced each other on Saturdays. Traditional format. And another three-bagger quickly. We'll just do a little bit of quick math here. Well, that just kind of put my quick math to rest. The best Vandy can do is 968. The magic number for Arkansas State was 172, and now that is changing. And the magic number meaning what they needed to win this match. Pleasure to be here, folks, truly. When you call bowling, especially in the live stream space for as long as I have, there's really not much you think that you haven't done until this weekend. Honored and very privileged to be here. To be able to not only just do what I enjoy, but also, do it a little bit differently. Call bowling for one team, the one singular focus, which never really happens. We're always talking about, of course, each team and what each team has to do to win. This week it's about what Vanderbilt has to do to win this weekend. They are going to fall, however, to 1-3 on the young season versus Arkansas State. Unless something crazy happens here. Most importantly, trying to get Danielle lined up for match number 4. Trying to get the angles right now, Danielle. I do think that's where it can kind of get trickier for her. Because as a team, you're always trying to focus on break points. And so if everyone is around the same break point, right, then generally speaking, that's how you're working together. No matter how you throw it, it's about, can I get my bowling ball to the same place as my teammate, no matter how we do it? And that's what Danielle is trying to figure out right now. Where some of the players, of course, on the squad maybe can be a little straighter through the fronts. Her angles are going to always be slightly more open because of her rev rate. That's a good spare. We'll see if we get a fill shot here. We got the old too many bowling balls on a pair of lanes over there to our left.
Good shot. Good shot.
Well, Vandy's going to suffer their first loss of the tournament. So they will be 2-1. Meanwhile, Arkansas State now going to be 3-0. 218 for Vandy. .933. I'm gonna put myself in the role of a player, and I do have experience in that as a former collegiate bowler. But that's one of those where you go, man, Arkansas State, they had moments, and it seemed like they were just going maybe kind of blow us out, right? But it's going to end up being a 58-pin win for Arkansas State, and that's one of those where you go, boy, we could find 58 pins across 5 games. All right, 991, 933. Arkansas State defeats Vandy in match 4. I'm sorry, in match 3, I beg your pardon. Vandy is now 2-1. Getting some quick moments, hearing some things from Coach Williamson. It was a good, clean game, too, by the Red Wolves. Always well coached. Another team that continues to add the talent. They got a few runner-up finishes as the national champion runner-up, or the national runner-up, excuse me. They're headed down to 21-22. Nebraska is up next, and the Huskers are without 2 of their most important team members and coaching staff. One, arguably the best player in the nation, she certainly is statistically, Jillian Martin, is with Team USA as they are in Hong Kong for the IBF World Championships. So she is looking to bring home gold medals and, of course, the coveted team gold medal for Team USA. Her coach, the assistant coach for Nebraska, Julia Bond, is on the Team USA squad as well. So Nebraska this weekend without Jillian and without assistant coach Julia Bond. And some of their talented freshmen, of course, probably will be asked to step up and help fill the void left by Jillian on the lanes here this weekend. So we'll find out and take a look at what Nebraska will come up with here on lanes 21 and 22. Couple updates around us. North Carolina A&T and Sam Houston State. They are in the 10th frame. Unsure, of course, of the battle. Looks like A&T are going to maybe sneak out of there with a win. All right, folks, you know the deal. There is one group in frame 4. So there'll be about 10 minutes and maybe a little bit of change before we begin match number 4 here. Day 1 of the Colonial Lanes Classic, Emil Williams Jr. Again, don't forget, if you have a question, and of course we got a lot of great bowling fans, a lot of great bowling Vandy fans. And we've got some fans checking out the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel, and you're watching bowl and you say, well, how does this work? Or what does this mean? Please drop your question in the chat and I will do my best to answer it. Or someone in the chat, some knowledgeable parents, of course, will also help me answer that question for you. So do not be a stranger today. I know you may not be used to hearing a voice with your Vandy, but think of me today as your that morning cup of Joe, right? Or maybe like your third cup of Joe. It was like the one where you didn't plan on having that third cup, but you needed it, right? And so here I am for you today. I'll give you that extra caffeine boost to help get us through day number 1. With that said, match number 4 is on the way. You are watching the Colonial Lanes Classic, the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Program, live on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. All right, folks, officially underway with match 4 versus Nebraska. And the Commodores get off the tough pair on 13 and 14. And immediately come down to 21 and 22. Get the train back on track here. They are now 2 and 1. Again, just losing their first match of the day to Arkansas State. They now face Nebraska, who has started double 9 spare. When we left you last, we were talking about trying to, or where and how, a couple of players, but specifically Danielle Henderson. And she had lost her look a little bit and then started to do the motion, of course, of fishing for right place in the lane, making a couple ball changes, opening up the angles a little bit, and was running into some trouble. And unfortunately now Greek Church to start game 1, match 4, again versus Nebraska. She'll get the count. This might sound weird, but I think she would rather see her ball hook as opposed to the washout scenario. Because if you see your ball hook, at least you have an idea. Like, your eyes can tell you where the friction is. When you don't see your ball hook, that's when all of the question marks take place. Question is, will Arkansas State be the only undefeated team remaining? I'll take a look at the standings here in a moment. If you joined us late, I did post the standings on the Vanderbilt Women's Facebook page. It's in the comments section of the Vandy post regarding their starting 5. I can't pin that one because I don't have the privileges to do so, of course, but that is where you can find the standings. We'll take a look and figure out this Nebraska lineup here. Again, bowling without Jillian Martin, who is competing with Team USA. They're also bowling without Julia Bond, their assistant coach. Paul Klempa, of course, still here, still active. The former player and, of course, previous assistant coach for the longest time. And the last few years after the retirement of Coach Bill Straub, Coach Klempa stepping into the head coach role for Nebraska. Such a talented group as well. We talked about super freshmen. Abby Starkey, one of those extremely talented freshmen, representing the Huskers in the traditional red and white. Red shirt with the, of course, Nebraska block-in logo on the back of the jerseys. Vanderbilt, and that kind of alternate gray polo with the black logo with the gold trim. Both teams now a member of Conference USA, and that's a little bit different, of course, for Nebraska. They were the independents. Nebraska was independent for the longest time. They were kind of the Notre Dame of college, women's college bowling. And this year, opted to move into a conference as an affiliate member. Of course, Nebraska, and the rest of their athletic department is part of the Big Ten conference and has been for ages. Of course, the Big Ten does not sponsor bowling. And so Conference USA is the best bowling conference, and Nebraska is now in it. All right, who's with us still? A shot there from Avery Dumigan. 10 pin in the 8th frame. We are into match 4, so we're just nearing the closing out of the day. Let me know who's still with us here on today's day 1 competition. Here in our YouTube chat, again, 21 and 22, that's where we are, match 4. Nebraska, the preseason number 2 ranked team in the land. They did receive 7 first place votes. Got 2 of the best NCAA women's bowling teams in the country going at it. Vandy second by just a few hundredths of a point in the team composite performance index, in front of Nebraska, who is third. Vandy at 96.59, Nebraska at 95.98, and a lot of their offensive or statistical categories are very similar. I mean, almost dead even across the board with regard to the Baker average, Baker double percentage. Vandy slightly better in that area. They both fill at 85%. Vandy striking at 51.4%, Nebraska at 50.8%. Overall spare percentage separated by just 0.3 of a point. Makeable spare percentage the same. Single pin spare percentage the same. I mean, unbelievable. Nice opportunity there for Karina Capron. The late 3-bagger for Nebraska. It's a very nice opening game here for the Huskers. Danielle getting a little closer. I think she felt pretty good about that one. Obviously not the easiest of spares here, 2-8. Look out. .213 there for Nebraska. All right, and the 2-8 covered on the other side from Danielle Henderson. Nebraska coming into today was 29-10. updated standings, and Louisiana Tech has now taken over the lead. They are 2-1. They are in front of Wichita State by 5 pins. Vanderbilt drops to third. 2 pins in front of Arkansas State, who is now fourth. 2 teams remain undefeated at this moment, and they are Wichita State and Arkansas State. But it's Louisiana Tech currently in the lead, 31-86. Wichita State second, 31-81. Vanderbilt is third at 31-42. All right, 6 chops, 10 out. First real confident shot we've seen from Henderson here in a little bit. It's difficult when you're unsure what your bowling ball is going to do. It makes it difficult to throw the best shot possible. All right, we did get some folks to let me know we're still in. Just like my guy Tim. Shout out to the Pacific Northwest. That is the home of course, Vandy freshman Mia Yeager. She is from Tacoma, Washington. That's an area of the country that is still on my bucket list. High flush for Verano. I mentioned for Chor, her sister, in fact, and I'll check a look and see if they bowled each other already this season, which they probably have. But Vandy is going to face Youngstown State in the match to close out the day, and so if Gianna Verano is bowling, of course, the sister of Victoria, they will get a chance to square off against one another. Truly appreciate you, Tim, by the way, and everybody here. It's been a good day so far. Not done yet. Plenty of strikes to throw, and Vandy, again, starting to look more like the team that we saw in the first 2 matches. I think match 3 was a combination of a difficult pair and obviously a high-quality opponent, which is what you always anticipate and expect out of Arkansas State. And he had a few mistakes here and there, but they still had an opportunity to win the match. They were putting together a run late, and Arkansas State matched that rally. The players in the first 3 spots have responded very well. You know, Victoria Verano working through ball changes. Same thing with Sapphire No Fuente. Same thing with Avery Dumigan. It's been a while since we've heard the black gold cheer, and now front 4 again to start. This will be the shot for Danielle, where he just try to relax, throw the best shot you can, because you can get amped up in these moments. You know, I'm sure feeling like she's had some opportunities. And, you know, put doubles, triples on the board. And for the most part, certainly through the first couple of matches, match 3 was a bit of a struggle, but it wasn't just her, it was for everybody. Last time up, she chopped the 6 right into the 10 on the fill shot in the 10th frame. All right, 2-10 here for Henderson. All right, she gave it a run, but did get count. Lineup is going to reset here. Meanwhile, for Nebraska, great shot, and they continue to trade strikes and spares. Just a single pin for Verano. Again, after 1, 213-205. Nebraska with the 8-pin lead here in match 4. All right, a little bit of trouble here. Split in the 5th. Danielle. Single pin miss. Now for Victoria Verano. Meanwhile, Nebraska with the double. That's Lainey Breedlove leading off for the Huskers. This is frame 6, of course, but she's bowling frames 1 and 6. No, Fuente has been very good throughout the day. One of those resume building or really adding type performances for Sapphire, but truly still building a collegiate resume. Right? And she's still got plenty of time to really put the signature performances, which certainly you know those are on the way. It could be this weekend. It could be next. Look out. All right, back-to-back single pin misses from Vanderbilt. Again, they trail by 8. After one game, and maybe looking like they need a little bit of a spark right now. It's been Breedlove, and a freshman, of course, Abigail Starkey for Nebraska. Well, Starkey in some trouble. Doom again, and the blower 7-10 split. Well, this went from the best possible start you can have to what is happening in the last 4 frames for Vandy. And this, in a lot of aspects, is bowling, especially college bowling. There are the ups, and there certainly are the downs. But at the end of the day, because of the start, they still have an opportunity to get to 2-0, and not only get the 2-0, but maybe have the lead or grab the lead after 2 games. There in the 8th, however, Nebraska set to step up in the 8th. Oh, sorry, in the 9th, I beg your pardon, for Vanderbilt. Wow. This lane went away from Vandy quickly. That's a 2-8-10 for Abaganya. Nebraska shot 299, I learned, in their previous match, but unfortunately lost the match. They shot 299 in game 2. Nebraska defeated, they bowled Louisiana Tech and lost the match. But one team, and I forgot the team, shot 300 earlier today. I felt like the quietest 300 or 299s that I've been around. All right, it's been a while, but Danielle delivering in the 10th frame. And that stops a 5-frame streak of opens for the Commodores. Haley Swindle bowling in the 4-9 spot. Meanwhile, Danielle Henderson, that's a huge double. Again, and that's a big double for the confidence for Danielle. Talked about how close these two teams are in every statistical category. With some importance at the NCAA level. Jacksonville State has the lead in just about every single statistical category, and whenever the next coaches poll will be out, we'd have to assume that Jacksonville State would garner the top ranking, and they certainly have earned it based on their performance in the first part of the season. Nice finish at the end here for Vandy. At Louisiana Tech, 300 earlier today. Nebraska, 299, but unfortunately in the losing effort. We saw Vandy shoot 278 earlier today. I think a light mixer, a good shot, and then the 4-9, and I think, again, you're just seeing Danielle start to see her ball hook again. She might need to see the ball hook a little earlier, right, just so she can see it physically kind of with her own eyes. when she doesn't see it hooking, especially when you think it's going to hook and it continues to maneuver down lane. Sometimes our eyes can play tricks on us. But I do think she's thrown some good shots and hasn't seen the results. But all things considered, they will take 180. Left a few pins out there, no doubt about that. Even with the splits, they make the makeable or the single pins, and they're still feeling pretty okay. So after 2 games, Vandy 385. Vandy 385. And Nebraska is going to give several pins back here. A strike from Karina Capron. And these 2 teams will be tied at 385 after the first 2 games. Karina is either waiting for a ball return or a bowling ball from the locker room. And I think she was waiting for a bowling ball from the locker room. And give the assist to teammate Kayla Starr. The Maryland native, the sophomore. Give Kayla props too. She's involved in a lot of cool stuff. I'm seeing a lot of NIL projects. I just saw something recently across her Instagram feed regarding another cool space with regard to women's sports. Great shot there. That was worth the wait. All right, we're tied at 385 apiece. All right, here we go, game 3. Four pin to start for Victoria Verano. Lainey Breedlove, the redshirt sophomore from Montgomery, Illinois. It's a western suburb of Chicago. Of course, the Nebraska live stream, always a popular one as well. I'm sure many Nebraska parents, just like our Vandy parents and fans, are watching the Vandy live stream. This one feels like it's going to come down to the 10th frame in the final game. But perhaps a big game here could put Vandy back in the mood where they've got a little bit of breathing room. And this is the Colonial Lanes Classic from Colonial Bowling Center. Harahan, Louisiana, just outside of New Orleans. I tell you, flew in on Thursday afternoon, and boy, was it busy. But I know Saints and Falcons are playing here, and that's I think a lot of folks made the trip in, which makes sense. All right, folks, please share if you have not. Love to let's get a couple more people watching this thing. Double here from Nebraska, the split in the third by Avery Jumigan, and now that was nearly 4 in a row as Haley Swindle could not get the 10 pin to fall. Big shot here coming up for Caitlin Abaganya. High flush and into the 9 pin. Big time messenger there for Caitlin Abaganya. If you've been watching all day, folks, I mean, going back to match number 1, they probably moved about 15-ish board, certainly. And I'm talking about kind of thinking front part of the lane at the arrows. I think for some players, the targets have moved left with them. Last year, Nebraska advanced to the Final Four. They lost in round 3 to the eventual national champion, Youngstown State Penguins. Of course, the Penguins did defeat Jacksonville State in the final in 7 games over Jacksonville State. Great shot there. And Danielle's been looking for that for a while, right? Where when she feels like she's throwing it good or throwing a good shot, it's been sometimes 6, 7, wrap 10. The ball did deflect a little bit, but we can work with that. All right, good frame for Danielle. Not a bad start for the Doors. And the door has now opened up more. Unfortunately by Nebraska, they went open in frames 4 and 5. Again, this was tied. After the first 2 games, and right now for the bowling and math, of course, technically still tied. Victoria Verano's been so solid in the leadoff role. I'm going to have to get the story on that stuffed animal there. What's the importance? Big double. Vanderbilt trying to return to the Final Four. Last year they saw their season end in Lansing, Michigan at the hands of, again, the eventual national champion Youngstown State Penguins. They lost in the regional final. It was the last collegiate tournament for a few seniors, including assistant coach now Isabel Allen. Izzy, of course, a graduate assistant coach. Big shot there for Abby Starkey in the 7th. Abby's family is here watching. Her entire family, too. She's got mom, dad, Nana Starkey, and Papa Frank over there. Push, push. So Avery was motioning with that right hand. It's like push, stay, stay.
Late 80s, early 90s, they were some of the best.
This match, in comparison to some others, with a slower moving pace, and although both teams, collectively though, not a ton of strikes,
I like the old school.
but it feels like Nebraska
Up front, just hustle.
is in the lead, although we're tied. I mean, they've struck just a little bit more than Vandy to this point. Max score now for Vanderbilt, 202. .226 right now, the max for Nebraska. Swindle missed a single pin back in the 4th. Here she is in the 9th frame. Oh, posted that shot. And she gets the light mixer carry back in the other one. Meanwhile, Abagania got that 10 pin right around, or looks like the 6 pin right around the 10 pin. Karina Capron. Again, Nebraska back in a situation where they're on a 3-bagger late in the game. Nebraska shot .213 in game 1. It was on the right lane. They're going to shoot another game, of course, in the right now they would be in the 2 teens. The strike here would put them in the 220s. Vandy's highest game was also on the left lane. Vandy's max is 192. And that's with all 3 in the 10th here from Danielle Henderson. Nice shot, Karina. Capron, too, with a miles-long resume from Fremont, Nebraska. Sporting the old 00. Junior Team USA member. Meanwhile, Henderson, 9 pin. If you joined us late, the first 2 matches this morning for Vanderbilt, they bowled Sam Houston State defeated them 10-98 to 954. Then rolled their highest set today, 11-11, in match number 2 versus Jackson State. Match 3 saw a very close, but as Vanderbilt started to rally late against Arkansas State, the Red Wolves made sure they were not giving up any leads, and they took care of business there, 991 to 933. That was Vanderbilt's first loss of the day, and now as Nebraska shoots 226. Nebraska now at 6-11. And a fill shot coming up here for the St. Louis native Danielle Henderson. And the overall standings, which can be viewed on the starting 5 graphic on the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling page. It's in the comments. I cannot post links here on the VU YouTube channel. So you can see, again, the results link is in the standings. I'm sorry, in the comments on the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page, specifically in the on the starting 5 graphic. It's in the comments. Right now it is 6-11 to 566. 6-11 to 566. Nebraska leads Vandy after 3 games. Again, 45-pin differential with 2 games to go. Again, the final match of the day is going to be against Youngstown State. We do thank you for watching. Tell me you pressed an accidental graphic button without telling me you pressed an accidental graphic button. Once we get into our match with Youngstown State, we'll start to look ahead to tomorrow. And some of the matchups, again, different format tomorrow. The teams move into the traditional team play, where all 5 bowlers in the lineup at the time will bowl a full 10-frame game individually. And that's where our all-tournament team selections will come from. Spare for both teams. Again, the Nebraska lineup: Lainey Breedlove, Abigail Starkey, Brenna Hartzler, Haley Swindle, Karina Capron. Vanderbilt lineup has been the same throughout the day. Victoria Verano, Sapphire Nofuente, Avery Jumigan, Caitlin Abagania, and Danielle Henderson.
I ended up having to change companies. Of course, the company that was going to said, we'll take it. My mom and dad, my dad had to change all his insurance over that company too. They said they would take me. And then, like I said, it sounded like I reached for the side of whatever I did. Yeah, it's a little bump.
All right, 3 consecutive 9 spares. And again, in a situation like this, you are trailing, right? Certainly at the point where you're not trying to give pins back. You're in what could be the pivotal game 4. Unfortunate split for the Huskers here. It's makeable, but count taken by Haley Swindle. Nice note of information. One of our Vandy parents will give credit to Mr. Nofuente. Shout out to him. Maybe. All right. Good break. With regard to the 2018 U12 division across junior gold, I pulled up the bracket, and of course there's just so many players who actually are bowling either today and or are competing currently in the collegiate realm of college bowling. Of course, Caitlin Abagani, who's won back-to-back U12 junior gold titles. She defeated Karina Capron in 2018. But also on the show was Sapphire Nofuente. Saf finished 3rd, lost to Abagania, who is now her teammate at Vanderbilt. Of course, Abagania defeated Capron, who is her current opponent and bowling anchor right now. And just left a single pin. That's actually a really cool 6 degrees of separation, if you will. And then other players in the match play bracket at that U12 junior gold bracket in 2018 include Ashton Woods, who's competing right now for Wichita State. Light mixer goes. Actually, Danielle throws more of a powerful mixer, if you will. Samantha Kanihalua actually competes for Nebraska as well. She's now a freshman. She is on the team, not competing in the lineup currently, but she's here. Kara Maxim, great competitor for Jacksonville State. And there's probably a few names that I don't know or do know and aren't sure if they're bowling collegiately or not. Actually, Paige Matisiak. Paige currently bowls for Tulane. First strike from Henderson, but you'll take that first 5 frames for Vandy. I mean, that's 4 single pin conversions. Your anchor player gets you your first strike and trouble. Thank you for that note, Chris. That's really cool, actually. I see UAB starting to put together a strong game. They are bowling Sam Houston State. Well, I appreciate that. With regard to the number of hours, of all the things I can say, not that you do get used to it. I understand the days, and I'm used to this part of it. Every broadcast, right? Because I'm still feeding off the energy of what's happening in front of me, right? So when the Commodores got out running the first couple matches, like, all right, you didn't even have to ease into the broadcast. And then game 3 or match 3 had so much intensity that you just knew that one was going to be a special type of matchup. Then, of course, with 5-game matches, there's some highs and lows. There's some lulls. I've been doing it enough to where I can kind of tell when the lulls might happen, so I might throw in something a little different. Make sure you're still awake. Big shot there from Sav. Can Avery follow? Oh, wow. Oof. First 8-pin of the day. That is hashtag Team No 8-pin right there. By the way, folks, for those who don't know, that is my least favorite pin. Stone 8s are my least favorite. Most people's least favorite, too. So I'm not that special in that regard, but I will air out my frustrations regarding 8-pins. How about that conversion? Nicely done there. Abby Starkey with the big 4-9. I tell you, that's huge. Again, this is a close match. Again, the leader of the match after this game gets to determine. And the rare miscue there for Dumigan. And after the really good execution by the team with regards to single pins. Missed opportunity there in the 8th. 191 is now the max. It was 6-11 to 566. Vanderbilt trailing by 45 pins after the first 3 games. Hartzler with the 8 count. Meanwhile, Abagania with the 7 pin. That's been a common, I would say a relatively common lead today for Caitlin. A few corner pins. If she makes this, Randy can strike out. Danielle Henderson can strike out on the 10th frame for 181. And you still, at this point, need a little bit of help, right? Because Vandy still is in control. They still control their own destiny. Very fortunate, though, are the Doors at this moment that Nebraska hasn't been able to really kind of shut the door all the way. Because it does feel like Nebraska maybe should be leading by a few more pins. They've definitely struck more, but Nebraska has loved the left lane better than the right lane. I'm sorry, the right lane better than the left, excuse me. That's been the good lane for Nebraska. And so, I think if they're still in the lead, which it looks like, they still are going to be. I don't think there's any doubt that they would go back to the right lane where they've shot 213 and 226. Big shot there for Danielle. Right, so if they get all 3 in the 10th, or I should say 2 more at this point, they'd be looking at 747, much like the airplane. Swindle with the spare. Nebraska can only get to 170. Right, but every pin does count. So this is a big opportunity here for Danielle Henderson. She doubles here, she'll take 10 pins back at least, and won't be able to do it. So now we could see ourselves in a situation where if she gets count, that'll be 170. And Nebraska can strike out for 170. And Vandy would still head into the final game trailing by 45 pins. You see Karina with a big move left. Wow. I might have to stand up for that next shot. I've been watching for the most part on this, on our iPad monitor here. I'm trying to get a better look. Was that fourth arrow? It looked like it was. Coach Barnes talking with the squad. And you see them locked into what Josie is saying. To their left, Karina Capron. It looks a hair left. It is. So Vandy is going to grab possibly, or without a doubt, will have 10 more pins. They will slice away from the deficit. And Capron definitely in that fourth arrow. This is there for Vanderbilt. This is a match that they can win. It is there for the taking. But the Big Red Machine, not the Cincinnati Reds, but Big Red in Nebraska, they will more than likely choose to go back to the right lane, which would be the right thing to do from their perspective. That is their good lane, where they've shot, again, 213 and 226. So if Vandy is to win this match, they have got to figure out the best way to attack the left lane. 159 for Nebraska. Vandy now trails by 34 pins. In 34 pins. Here's the deficit. One game to go. Nebraska on their better lane of the two here in the right lane. To close out match number 4, will Vandy have the answer? Verano, ball change to start. Bang! That was emphatic. I think Karina Capron has given Vandy a good blueprint, at least on what to do on the left lane. I think fourth arrow is the play, but the angles, what your ball's doing through the front, right? That open, or how open is the angle? Is it still fairly closed? How many boards are you covering? I think that's going to be very, very key here. 5 matches today, and that one sliced through the heart. 3-6-10 for No Fuente. I mentioned how even these two teams were on the season with respect to the statistics. This match has been about as even as you can have, including being tied after 2 games. Good spare. Brenna Hartzler now looking for a 3-bagger for Nebraska. And again, they get right back to the right lane and immediately start to strike. Horschler with the single pin. Meanwhile, Dumigan, who left an 8-pin last time up on the right lane, now with the old-fashioned, or the tricky, I should say, 2-5. It's a tricky spare because it's choppable in many ways. Darren, it is match 4 of 5. The final match of the day will take place. And it will be against Youngstown State. We'll be moving down to lanes 7 and 8. And that was probably my first official black cloud of the day right there. We're talking about how choppable that spare is, and Avery did exactly that. Talked about the pace of this match, much different than in some of the previous matches. I saw a few more strikes going down in the middle toward the lower end of the building. As now it looks like there are teams waiting, of course, for Vandy and Nebraska to finish up a matchup of 2 of the top 3 teams entering the season. And in fact, 2 and 3 respectively. Nebraska, the second-ranked team, Vanderbilt, the third-ranked team. But in the recent Power Index rankings, Vandy sits atop by a small margin over Jacksonville State. And then Nebraska. Well, it's just no doubt the Huskers they're just more comfortable in the right lane. That is their lane. This is actually their match to lose. And Vandy has got to find something here. That 6 wrapped around that 10 with the quickness. Danielle went from just not having a good look and really not seeing her ball hook, to now needing it just to lay off just a little bit more, meaning delay. Get going into the entry angle just a little bit sooner. It's just slightly behind the head pin. We are halfway home. The max score here is 236 for Danielle, or for Vanderbilt, I beg your pardon. But Danielle will have a big part of that if the second part of our game here in this lineup and get it to the 10th frame with that opportunity still in hand. Vandy trailing by 34. They already trail in this match. All right, there's one. This is a one-at-a-time scenario, and maybe, just maybe, your opponent might give you an opportunity. Oh, looks like 2 matches. Prairie View A&M and Texas Southern. They too just starting game number 5. That one almost closed the door on this match. Not quite yet. Nice job by Abby Starkey. Back to the Commodores. Sapphire. That's got to read. Got to read. There it is. If Vanderbilt were to strike out and shoot 236, the magic number for Nebraska would be 203. And right now, Nebraska is pacing at 208. And that's if they were to go spare, strike, spare for the rest of the of this game. Hartzler trying to keep it going for the Huskers, and she does. And that double gets them one step closer. Meanwhile, the Commodores trying to continue to fight. Game 5, match 4. Vanderbilt in trouble of dropping their second consecutive match after winning their first 2 here this morning. Do them again. And that light mixer goes. And with that, that shot there from Haley Swindle is going to lock it up for Nebraska. So after shooting 299 and unfortunately losing their previous match to Louisiana Tech, Nebraska doesn't need major high scores in this one, just some quality shot making, specifically on the, well, for them was their better lane. They had the lead and got to finish on the lane that they wanted to. And sometimes, folks, in college bowling, things can be very simple. And for Nebraska, they will shoot 213, 226, and now possibly 240, all on the right lane.
I mean, we could if you want to.
Wow. Really nice match and series here for Nebraska, but again, they took advantage of what was their good lane. If they had to finish on the left lane, this match might be different. They shot 172 and 159 on the left lane. And then bowling, again, especially in college bowling, it truly can come down to which team likes a particular lane better and can they finish on it. .246. 10-16 for Nebraska. Wash out here for Danielle.
What he does for this one on the regular senior shootout is he guarantees a certain number of seniors to make a check in the tournament. Right. And then he has a super senior. I say John had his. Yep. Ours finished up Friday. I think the super senior.
All right, Vandy shoots 203.
You know what I mean?
939. That is now 2 consecutive losses. 2 consecutive losses for the Commodores. But our tournament, of course, is not over. The day is not over. We've got 1 match remaining, and it will be against the defending national champions, the Youngstown State Penguins. That is coming up next. We're moving to lanes 7 and 8. We'll see how the standings, of course, will be affected now. What's going to take place? Where will Vandy be in the total pins conversation? We'll find all of that out after a little bit. We've got a few frames to go between Texas Southern and Prairie View A&M. So give it about 10 minutes or so, and we'll be on and popping with match number 5. Before we go, we will leave you with a little bit of the team meeting here. Post-match, Isabel Allen to the left, Josie Barnes in the center. To the right there, head coach John Williamson. Again, Vandy had to face Nebraska at number 2. Well, second-ranked Nebraska. They faced 8th-ranked Sam Houston State. Youngstown State, 4th-ranked team in the country entering the season. And Arkansas State was 6th. And so they faced 4 teams. And when the day is over, they will have faced 4 teams in the top 10 entering the season. So no doubt about it, they had their work cut out for them today. And of course, trying to think about it from the coaching perspective, right? Your team came out, on fire, rolling really well out the gates. Ran into a little bit of a difficult pair and obviously a tough opponent against Arkansas State, but didn't lose by much. And then another match that was essentially close, trailing by 34 in the end. Just some missed opportunities, I think, the last couple of matches. But now they got a chance to end the day on a positive note. And you'd love to go to dinner feeling pretty good about the day overall. And if you can get a win against the defending national champions, I think that will help do that. With that said, we move over to 7 and 8. Youngstown State is next. You're watching the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. It's the Colonial Lanes Classic and Vanderbilt Women's Bowling. right, folks, this is exactly what Vanderbilt needed. Going to get off to a strong start on a new pair, and your opponent, unfortunately, well, fortunately for Vanderbilt, unfortunately, of course, for Youngstown State, defending national champions. 3 early opens as we begin match 5. 1 lineup change. And Natalie Kent seeing the lineup for the first time today. Natalie, the junior from Newark, New York. Father Doug, of course, PBA Hall of Famer. Mom Chrissy, former collegiate bowler herself at Wichita State. Does a lot of work with just within the industry, certainly with regards to service on so many boards, including the USBC Board of Directors, the youth committee, and everything that has to do with bowling. That seemed to be the lone lineup change again. Natalie Kent in for Avery Jumigan. Everything else the same here. It's 3-6-10 now for Danielle Henderson. A little bit of a different looking team than the one you saw win the national championship. Youngstown State lost several seniors. They have essentially, kind of re-flipped their roster, but that's a good problem for Coach Doug Yaburski, right? When you recruit such a special class like he did, and when they go out as seniors and win a national championship, that's, every coach draws it up that way, right? Every class that comes in, you hope will leave that lasting impression. And that's exactly what Youngstown State did with players like Madison Marks and Lindsay Ennis and Ellie Drescher and Jade Cote, Kirsten Moore. That's exactly what you hope for when you recruit. Now, many of those players I just talked about have moved on to bowl on the PWBA Tour this past summer. I actually wrote a story about a couple of those players and some other seniors who graduated from various NCAA universities and their time on tour in their most recent Bowler's Journal. All right, so Vandy clean through 5, looking to make it clean through 6. And Victoria handles that. All right, Sapphire. I tell you, the Vandy bowled really well on this side of the building today. Now, their opening match was on 5 and 6, and that was a match win. They've won the first 2 matches. They've dropped their last 2. Liv Baskin, the freshman. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 freshmen on the roster this year for Youngstown State. To see, I believe, Caitlin Greenaway, another freshman from Boardman, Ohio. All right, Natalie Kent. Her number was called. We talked about this a little bit earlier about staying ready. You don't know when your number is called, but you know there's always the possibility that you will be asked to bring your best to the lineup, and that is Natalie Kent's role here for match number 5 to end the day. Again, a win. Vanderbilt goes 3-2 in the first day. We'll see where they are in the total pinfall scenario here in just a moment. Abagania. The black gold cheer. Meanwhile, the Penguins, after the slow start, they can save 194. This is one situation where Danielle left at 3-6-10 on her first shot. If she felt good about the shot and can make the move, I mean, you'd love to just get out and put up 2 teen right now against Youngstown State. Kind of get that winning feeling back. And that's through the nose. At the worst, Vanderbilt will have a lead after the first game, at worst. If you are looking for the results and you have access to Facebook, I would encourage you to go to the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page. Look for the post that has the starting 5 graphic on it, which is the 5 players who started the day. And in the comments, I did post the results link. Cannot post them in the VU Athletics channel page. Open frame on the baby split, and 180. For the Commodores, but again, they will have a small advantage. And it's kind of been one of the things that's been with the Commodores here these last couple of matches, I would say. And they've had some opportunities where the opponents haven't started well, but because of Vandy's small struggles of their own, they just haven't been able to really capitalize the way that they would normally, or you would normally see them. But as they say in the business, a win's a win, and they have an 11-pin advantage. Kara Beisel, the sophomore for Youngstown State of Ormond Beach, Florida. That's some key experience. Key experience last year in the championship squad. Updated standings. Wichita State 42-15. They are 4-0. Nice opening shot. The red ball from Verano. Victoria, who has not left the leadoff spot today. Second is Louisiana Tech. I got to give Louisiana Tech a lot of credit. They've had a little bit of roster turnover, but they've welcomed new additions, including a couple players from Stephen F. Austin. And they are putting together a fine season. Early double again for Vanderbilt. Arkansas State third at 41-18. Vanderbilt is fourth at 40-81, 2-2. By the way, Arkansas State and Wichita State both remain undefeated. And Nebraska 2-2, 40-40. Tulane, of course, in their home tournament, they're currently in sixth place, 40-17. Sam Houston State is seventh at 40-01. And Natalie Kent. And now 2 strikes and a spare here through 3 shots here in match number 5 for the junior. Very happy for Natalie. I know she went through some injuries. These last couple of seasons, really last year, of course, and that can weigh on a player. But I watched her during the practice session yesterday throw some really great shots. How about that break? I could see the acceleration at the bottom of the swing. Jonathan, the honor is truly all mine. It's a pleasure to be here. In a way, it kind of brings me back to my first days kind of getting into broadcasting, even going back to high school, right? Some of the places I have to sit, right? And just kind of be near what we need to be near, the iPads, etc., all that stuff. This is exactly what I needed at the right time. How about Danielle? Vandy needs this. There it is. That's exactly what Vandy needed at the right time. Been waiting for that. It's been a while since we had 5 in a row. That's what was missing. We just needed 5 in a row. It's funny because this is just the first part of the season, right? And for many teams here, this will be their final tournament of the year, and the year meaning the semester, before things really get serious back in, or in January, I should say. And the true race and the march toward the postseason really begins. Verano, bang! I told you the doors go pretty darn good down on this end of the building early. But to start your day on 5 and 6 and to end the day on 7 and 8, again, based on the way it's been going, they'll take that. Most bowlers know, but for those who may be watching and don't follow bowling closely, every bowling center is very unique. Each one has its own peaks and valleys. And those peaks and valleys are also on the lanes themselves. Push. Get out of there. It's in. Sapphire now with the front 7 for the Commodores. So in many cases, the lower end of a bowling center may play differently than the higher end of the bowling center. The middle of the bowling center, in this case we got 24 lanes, 13 through 18 might play different than 1 through 4. That's probably true. And there's a lot of factors involved in that as a bowling business. And Natalie Kent understands the bowling business. Her parents have been in it for many years. Looking to keep the roll going. She does. Front 8 for Vanderbilt. Abagania for 9 in a row. Mix them up. Well, this has escalated quickly. Well, Danielle Henderson, only with a chance to do something really cool here. I don't believe this would be the first time something really cool would have taken place in this program, if I'm not mistaken. But one shot at a time. Meanwhile, Youngstown State, spare strike, split double, or a triple, excuse me. But this moment belongs to the Commodores. High flush. Front 10 for Vanderbilt. They talked about the possibility of high scores today on this 43-foot pattern, and there have been a couple of teams, or at least one in particular, who did achieve what Vanderbilt is trying to do at the moment, and one who fell just one pin short. Henderson, 11 in a row. Now I will tell you this, folks. Watched a lot of bowling. I have seen, again, what Vandy is attempting to do, but I've never called it for a team. I've called it for maybe a couple of teams, for a network, or a couple of them, not for a team. How about a little history for me? Vanderbilt on the precipice. For Baker perfection, that's got to hook a ton. No. 299 for the Commodores. And we will have a conversation with Danielle Henderson tonight during dinner about what happened on shot number 12. However, that is the second game of 299, not by Vandy, but just from the field today. Nebraska shot 299. And now Vanderbilt, Louisiana Tech shot 300 earlier today. I like what Coach Barnes is doing right here, though, right? This reminds me of what would happen if you were to shoot 300 on a stepladder. Now, of course, much different scenario. We're talking about professional level. A whole different ball game. The atmosphere is much different. But because Josie understands, right, as a PWBA champion, as a major champion, hey, let's just do a quick refocus. Like 299 was great. That was that game. We don't want to have any kind of letdowns as we move over to game 3 on the right lane. So to me, great coaching opportunity there. Meanwhile, Youngstown State, they're going to try to keep Vanderbilt honest here. Great shot there by Carabai, so that's a big double. One more puts them in the 220s. Yeah, so you got it right a little bit early. Now, I don't know how you guys approach for those who've shot 300, and I don't have that many in my lifetime as a bowler. But, most bowlers kind of understand what their tendencies are. But I always say, when you get to the 12th shot, you're just trying to get it close, right? Just give yourself a chance. And for the most part, Danielle did that. She did give herself a chance. That ball came back from a place that I didn't think it was coming back from. We are in New Orleans. That thing came back from Baton Rouge. .213 for Youngstown State. .299 for Vanderbilt. And again, that is exactly what the doctor ordered. Vandy quickly at 479. So a big lead after 2 for Vanderbilt. But this is the one where you got to continue to put the pedal down. Interesting thing going down to the left of your screen. Doug Yaburski, although he is obviously the head coach of Youngstown State, he is a Nebraska graduate. And so he is now seated, literally seated, right next to head coach Paul Klempa of Nebraska. And those two probably, of course, watching their respective teams' ball reactions and such. And maybe having a moment to reminisce or two as well. Thank you to our wonderful communication staff with lots of knowledge and history of this great women's bowling program that is Vanderbilt. A career 7 300 Baker games in the history of the program. The last one came in 2024 against Jacksonville State. It was at the Midwinter Invitational, which is the home tournament. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not the Midwinter. I was thinking about the Jonesboro Invitational. That is the host school or host event for Arkansas State. But this one was at the Midwinter Invite, again, 2 seasons ago. 7 in the history of the tournament, or in the program, and the last one coming in 2024 for Vanderbilt. Thank you to Rod Williamson for that information. So that's the kind of nuggets of info, and Chris has done some cool stuff for me today as well. But Rod has been around the program obviously since its inception. Oh, trip 4. How about Natalie Kent? I think she's missed once in 3 games, or 2.5 at this point. Love the fight from the Youngstown State parents. I'm sure this building will probably be a little fuller tomorrow. A little bit of an earlier start tomorrow as well. I believe exactly maybe 1 hour earlier. I'll make sure I find the schedule before we head off the air, just to make sure you are aware of what time we're getting underway tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow will begin at 8:55 a.m. 8:55 a.m. with 5 traditional team games. For Youngstown State, they're just trying to build a little momentum. Right? They appreciate, and yeah, as bowlers, right? They appreciate and acknowledge, what Vanderbilt was trying to do, and ultimately shoots 299. And from their perspective, and this is just me kind of putting myself in their role, being a former college bowler, they kind of said the same thing. It's like, all right, well, that was actually cool, but how can we kind of chip away at this lead and maybe look up and we've got ourselves a chance to win a match when we get to game 5. Tim, that was the first few words of that sentence, decently believable. Then once you got into the two-handed part, it's like, oh, okay. I might have believed it if you had not went the two-handed part. Got a couple games left to go. This day nearly over, but certainly not complete. But just starting to think about what the day brought us as a whole. For the third-ranked Vanderbilt Commodores, and that ranking from the National Tin-Pin Coaches Association. The next NTCA Coaches poll will be released in December. They were 30-9 entering. They are now 32-11 with respect to wins and losses. That includes our 4 matches today. And trying to make it 33-11 and go 3-2 and keep themselves. I think they want to remain in the top 4 going into tomorrow, no doubt about it. Well, I think it's safe to say Natalie Kent 2 for 2 here in game 3. Two for 2 in game 2. And this is strikes I'm talking about. And she struck and I believe made a single pin in game 1 of this match. So Kent threw 6 frames, essentially. 5 strikes, 1 spare here in match 5. And Brad, with the college bowling, which but bowling is so unique to where I guess it's similar to basketball too, or any other sport where we see teams get out to big leads only to lose those leads later in the game. It happens in every sport. There was a team, Nebraska, unfortunately, they too shot 299, but they lost the match that they shot 299 in. I mean, you don't anticipate that, but that was the reality for the Huskers here. Vanderbilt trying to not make that their reality here. Danielle Stepping up 10th frame. We'll take that 4-pin. But the same focus.
Let's go, Tiger! Let's get it,
Same focus on the first shot as you put on the second shot here. For Danielle, supremely talented. Part of Team USA in 2025. Also a member of Junior Team USA. All right, it's going to be a game of the 2-0s. By the way, folks, for the results tomorrow, I think Brad asked, he made a good point. I will ask Coach Williamson if somehow the link can be added to, the results link can be added to the description of the event. That's 684 for 3. Youngstown State can get you 173. And you would anticipate a team that lost so many seniors and now you're essentially substituting 6 freshmen now into the lineup to get them experience and to hopefully have the same opportunities and be ready for the stage, the big stage, like they were. You would anticipate a little bit of, of the learning curve, if you will, for the freshmen. This is my first time getting a chance to see Youngstown State here this season. But the Power Index ranking still has them 4th at coming into this tournament. They were 18-8 coming into the tournament. So that to me suggests that the learning curve has been very small for these freshmen. Now they've only had a few events to this point. But of course things get ramped up in January. Jacksonville State, who more than likely would be the voted the top-ranked team in the country on that December coaches poll does release in December. We anticipate them to, it's going to be in the top 3 probably throughout the season. And then, of course, Vanderbilt, Nebraska, and certainly Youngstown State. But I think, and this is just me watching what I've watched today so far, Louisiana Tech has had some really talented teams in the past, and for some reason they just fell short, especially in regional competition. But sometimes when it's a year maybe you don't expect, quote unquote, right? Could be the year. And some of the transfers that they have from SFA have been phenomenal. Things are really starting to come together for Coach Matt Nantis. So you got to keep your eyes on Louisiana Tech throughout the season. In the last couple of years, they've been around like 9th, 10th, 11th. Especially when you get late into March, wins really coming at a premium for them at the end to make sure that they can get an at-large bid if they don't win the conference tournament, which is exactly what's happened. $684 to $544. Again, that is after 3 games. Shot at the early double from Vanderbilt. High flush again for Natalie Kent. A little bit of the trip 4. Natalie Kent, the only substitution for Vanderbilt today. She came into the lineup in match 5 here in this match against Youngstown State. And has now gone, what did I say it was? She has now struck 6 of the possible 7 opportunities. And the other non-strike was a spare. Texas Southern and Nebraska just to the left of Vandy and Youngstown State. And Texas Southern only down by a couple of pins. Would be a huge win for Texas Southern. Youngstown State trips a 4. That's just power and speed right there. And that time kind of showing how to keep the angle more or less in front of her. Keep it on line and on target the further in she has to get, speaking of Danielle, as opposed to the big loop, the big hook, if you will. Getting in and opening the angles more. Almost getting in and closing them a little bit. No, strike, spare, double here for Youngstown State. 3-bagger, spare, strike. First 5 for Vanderbilt. Big lead here early. I should say late in the day. It's still early here in game number 4. Match number 5. Tomorrow's pace will be a little bit different, of course, with the traditional team games. And I think Saturdays at the NCAA level, to me, are a bit more of the up and down, right? Because you could have – it's also the time where a player can carry a team to wins, right? If a team is struggling as a whole, right, a player that shoots 260 can carry a team to a win. So you get a little bit of a different vibe on Saturdays in many cases. Let's look at the schedule coming up for Vandy in January. Right, the next time they will hit the lanes will be January 16th. It'll be the Northeast Classic. It'll be in Newcastle, Delaware, Bolorama. And then they go back-to-back weekends. They'll be in action at Prairie View A&M Invitational. That's at the ITRC. So 2 tournaments in January, 2 in February, the Storm Flyer Classic in suburban Chicago. The Big Red Invitational at the end of February. And then, of course, their host or home tournament, the Music City Classic. That will be in March. And after that, postseason time. Sapphire and Fuente strikes again. I'm going to be curious to see the numbers after today's competition. I feel that Sapphire struck a lot today as a whole. I wouldn't be shocked if she led the team in strikes. Speaking of striking, this is all Natalie Kent has done. Bang again. Out of 8 possible shots, Natalie Kent has struck in 7 of them. Thank you for joining us today. And make sure y'all tune in tomorrow and Sunday. Obviously, tomorrow holds a lot of weight because Vandy needs to be in the top 4 to have a chance to win the tournament on Sunday. So tomorrow, very important, and not just from the wins and losses perspective, but they do need to score relatively well tomorrow to keep the pace. And right now, today, Wichita State has set the pace along with Arkansas State. In fact, actually, Wichita State and Louisiana Tech, I beg your pardon. 42-15 and 42-09, respectively. This is why a match like this, where you can't let the $2.99 go to waste. Like, you want the win, but you got a chance to really make up some pins that you lost earlier. Like, those are the little things when you look back at it from the coaching perspective. You go, well, it was a little bit of an up and down day, but we got back to being the Commodores at the end of the day. And also able to make up pins at the same time. I tell you, Nebraska, who is 5th, they were 41 pins behind Vanderbilt. Struggling a little bit here through 3 games. And so, at the very least, Vandy is going to create some separation, perhaps between them and Nebraska in 4th and 5th. Big double for Danielle.
Come on, Simon, right here. Let's double
Got to give a lot of credit to the team as a whole, man. Watching them in person, and I've seen Vanderbilt plenty of times in the past. Every team is different. Every season is different. And when you go to a Vandy, or Jacksonville State, a Nebraska, Youngstown State, right? Everybody cannot bowl at the same time, right? And so I mentioned this earlier, but there's a lot of sacrifice that has to take place. And you have to have players who are willing to buy in into the philosophy to win a national championship. And watching this team compete as a group, and that includes those on the lanes and those who have been supportive teammates all day long. And I can tell you this because I've been there. Nice finish by Danielle. It takes every single player to win a national title. There are some days they'll be a bit tougher than others. Some days they'll be riding back on the flight or the bus home or the van ride or the truck ride, whatever it is. You say, boy, that was a tough day. Or, I didn't throw as many shots as I would like. But as long as the common goal remains the same and everyone still is on the same page throughout a season, you're on the right track. I saw a lot of supportive individuals on this team, whether they were bowling or not. And that, to me, was an impressive thing to watch. .225 for Vanderbilt. All right, 180 for Youngstown State. At the conclusion of our game, we'll see if I can get a quick word from Coach Williamson today. We got one headset, and folks, I'll tell you, first of all, I got to give a shout out to John for not only suggesting and trying. He's trying to figure out ways to, not only make their live stream, their broadcast more enjoyable for you, the fans, but also, maybe a couple more team players or athletes or athletic staff or anybody related to Vanderbilt pop on the YouTube channel and watch and know what's happening. And so appreciate him for that. But when he brought the idea to me, I had some concerns because it would be out of the norm on how I would normally produce a live stream and certainly call it. And so, he knew what he was working with already, equipment-wise. So I did some research just to try to make sure I understand what I needed to bring or what we could do. And I told him, I'm going to need you to test all of the audio possibilities, which he did. Early double again for Vanderbilt. Man, this is one you got to finish. And don't remember, folks, this is the lane, too, that they had 299 on. Keep that in mind. But to finish the story about Coach, of course, you take all the preparations. All right, I'm going to buy a couple of adapters, extra ones. I bring them, I get what I get shipped. It's not the right ones. And so we got together again just last night. We had a solution. I just knew that I thought there could be a little bit of a better one. We went back to Best Buy last night, tried a different kind of headset. So we're all in it together. Natalie. That was her first non-strike since game 1. But we will try to get Coach on. I'll hand him we'll trade the headset back and forth with the microphone, and we'll keep it short and brief. Give the players obviously the opportunity to rest, unwind, get out of here. I guess he really can't say no, right? because he's never been in this position before. So he's never had a broadcaster for his broadcast, for his live stream, to even ask him if he can have a post-game or post-round interview. And Youngstown State shot 180 in Game 4. So it is currently 9:09 to 7:24. Small miscue there for Caitlin Abagania, but boy, she's been solid all day in that number 4 spot. Had some opportunities and for the most part took full advantage to set up Danielle Henderson throughout the day. Danielle, that was a moment where she just kind of lost ball reaction a little bit in the Arkansas State match. It kind of rolled into, unfortunately, the Nebraska match to a degree. And she has picked it up just like the team has here in this game, or this match, excuse me. And that continues here. I tell you, if you can put up an 11-piece spicy to end the day, you might walk in here in third. You just never know what happens. There's a lot of cliches that we throw around in bowling, but every pin truly does matter in these formats. Because in many ways, it's still the total pins that determines who gets to bowl for the title. Someone could be undefeated, but they may be just out. They may finish in 5th, but they won every match. That can happen. So total pins, and every pin, again, truly matters. Every single shot. right, 9th frame. Still got 35 out there. Well, Sapphire started the day well, and she continued that. Hate to see that one at the end for Danielle. Again, you're just looking to get every single pin that you could possibly get. All right, so Vanderbilt shoots 11-12. 11-12 for Vanderbilt. That's an impressive number. Youngstown State looking to finish with their best game of this round, or this match, excuse me. They can still shoot 257. All right, so we're going to have a coach, even though we'll have one mic. But we'll be like Nas today. All we need is one mic. At 11-12, actually out distances by one pin. One pin, the highest match total of the day for Vanderbilt. So they experienced just about everything you can today. They had 2 matches of 1,100 or better. They had 2 matches that resulted in totals in the 930s, and they opened this morning with 10 and 98. So when they saw the picture, they saw the picture. My math is correct. They shot 51.93 for their 5 matches today. That's plus 193 in the total pinfall column. All right, so we're going to do our quick interview quickly. I'm going to stand. Of course, I'm talking out loud, but I am going to try to get Coach on camera a little bit, if I can. All right, so folks, we will be joined by Coach John Williamson. And Coach, obviously, let's see, where do we want to put you? I'm going to stand here. I'm going to try to get you on camera a little bit. All right, Coach. So you start 1098, 11-11, and then it gets a little tricky. Matches 3 and 4, and obviously you finish well. What was the difference here, and then I guess the entire day? How did you balance kind of the peaks and valleys, certainly of what normally is a tough day of college bowl?
You know, I think that, like, obviously we started well, ended well. I mean, our struggles are our struggles. If you look at our days, you know, previously to this tournament, you know, we usually start well, we usually end well. The transition gets a little murky. I think today we didn't do a great job fundamentally of repeating shots in the match 3 and 4. We didn't repeat where we were sliding. We didn't repeat where we were hitting down lane, and it, you know, left some like multi-pin spare combinations, and we didn't make them. And so, you know, you shoot 930 after you shoot 1100 3 times. You know, you just really didn't execute very well. So, you know, we just got to be better tomorrow in the middle, and I think we can.
The opportunity to come back tomorrow, and it's a different format, etc. But what do you learn today that you can take in tomorrow, specifically about what we just talked about, transition, and how to be better prepared in those moments?
You know, I think that, like, obviously, like, ball progression, you know, like Danielle had some, you know, we had a lot of options with her trying to find the right ball towards the middle of the end of the day. Same with Caitlin. I mean, really all of them, like, you know, and I think tomorrow gives us the opportunity that we don't necessarily have to make those guesses. We have a better look or idea of what, you know, the progression should look like. Now we just have to go out and execute. I think we have the information and we have the ability. We just have to go out and do it.
All right, Coach, appreciate your time. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, that's head coach John Williamson. And with that, we will call it a day. Appreciate Coach. Thank you to John, Coach Josie, the entire team. Great first day of competition. We'll see where Vanderbilt will end up when all is said and done after the standings here for day one. And then after that, we'll have it for you. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Oh, my bad. We'll see you back here at 8:55 a.m. Central. Again, 8:55 a.m. Central Time. Traditional games on display for the entire Vandy staff, Renee, Skylar, Coach Williams, and Coach Barnes. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We will see you tomorrow back here. It's the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Squad. You're watching live coverage from Colonial Bowling Center. It's the Colonial Lanes Classic right here on the Vanderbilt YouTube channel. We'll see you tomorrow.